Oh my God. I'm sorry. I was jamming. I was really enjoying the Joker. Joker. Oh yeah, in the song. In the lyrics. My number is rising, overflowing. Oh my God, you fucking dorks. You fucking dorks. Welcome in, nerds. Persona. Persona. One day your name will spell it right.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
I'm overflowing with fire and passion. Oh no, I'm rounding it. I'm rounding it. Ah! Ah! Oh my God, but welcome in, guys. How are you? Oh. Y'all are just letting it all out, hang out today, aren't you? He who interrupted the music? I'm sorry, listen, this could just be a jam session. We could just sit here and I could never talk for the next, like, 4+ hours. Is that what we want? Do we need to not talk for the next 4+ hours and we just listen to music? Oh my God, okay. At least we'll have like 10 minutes. 10 minutes where they'll have nothing to redeem. It'll be fine. Share your music playlist. Y'all, like, I play almost the entire playlist. Every stream. Oh shit, hot and blooded. Collecting the songs. Oh no. Nothing to redeem. Observe. You can't lift that. Observe. Oh my goodness, chat. I have no plans. We ain't got nothing. Now, I talked about it on, I think it was Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. Thursday was the day that we talked about possibly doing community games today. Secret backdoor method for getting carnival tunes. My songs aren't secrets. Rendezvous. Oh my goodness. All right. Rivals, that was one of them. So the idea was community mecha break, community rivals. And I thought about I thought of two other ideas at least, and one just came to mind. So that's technically 3. Suspected homo, thank you, Plague. A suspected homosexual, don't worry about it. It's probable deniability for the government. It's entirely for the government. They can't prove it, and I will deny it in court. But the other 2 were Haunts game. You'll actually get to see how fucking terrible I am at the Haunts game and/or enable me. Who knows what's gonna happen? 2, the other one was shit. Oh, stupid foods. We haven't done stupid foods in a long time. And then the 5th one was that just came to mind was Dead by Daylight. Because we haven't touched Dead by Daylight in so goddamn long. Hearst Gamble. I'm really tired of Horse Game. It's totally understandable, Ghost. So many people are playing it. I haven't played it on stream. I play it in my like free time. Since the new update though, I just get my shit kicked in like always. Like I went from before the newest patch, I went from being able to like make it all the way to the final race, finishing characters' careers and getting to the URA finale and then losing there, which I'm fine with. That's fine. That's a pretty good distance. Now I can't even finish characters' campaigns. I lose like after the 5th race. I hate it. And they're not getting 1st anymore. They're getting like 2nd, 5th, 4th. You mean they're not playing the everybody game? I mean, I still haven't played Peak. I don't own Peak. I don't really see the interest. It was kind of the same thing with Repo, but Repo also gave me headaches. Like 30 minutes into playing Repo and I would have a headache and I don't know why. So I just kind of stopped playing Repo. And I kind of stopped like, I think I had since I stopped playing it, I had like 2 collab invites for it and I turned them both down because I didn't want to like turn into a nagging hag 30 minutes in being like, my head fucking hurts, my eyes hurt, and y'all are fucking around with explosives. a lot of short-term games. That tends to happen. A lot of people are calling it friend slop, which I think is stupid as shit. Yeah, fucking games with friends, always better. Always better. But there's people that are over here like, I would call them chuds too. Maybe not the same kind of chuds that I typically refer to. That like essentially say that like games that require friends are lame. They're just goofy, silly fun times with friends. I don't like that. I want to play a solo game. Okay, go play a solo game. Have fun. Good luck. But what if you don't have friends? Don't play the game. Do you want to play the game? Make friends. Having friends? Cringe. No, I like my friends. I like my friends. Fine, be sad on your own, bitch. Yeah, pretty much, Ordain. Oh my god. Damn, locked into subpar gaming experience? Yeah, imagine losing out on some of the greatest gaming experiences of our life by only playing solo player games. Wait a second, is this Dio? Okay, yeah, it's Holy Diver. We'll leave it on Holy Diver. I'm fine with that. Nerd has friends. Wait. Ah, yes, the British mod doesn't have friends? Today's Sip Breaks brought to you by a full fucking shaker of gamer subs. Now you know when you mix like two gamer subs together, you expect to get the color combination. I mixed the blueberry lemonade that I have with acid rain. So that's blue and red, right? What would you expect the color to be? Purple, right? Right? You'd expect the color to be purple when you mix those two together. Why the shit is this brown? It looks like tea. Like straight up. It looks like Cinder's tea. It's the color of Cinder's pomegranate tea. But it tastes so much better. It tastes way better. I got my eye on you. I got multiple eyes on you, Tommy. Gamer Chat 8K. What do you mean gamer? Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, the guacamole gamer fart. But it's Gamer Chat now. I hate that. I hate that so much. Gamer Steps needs a flavor called D's Nuts. No, I was gonna say, do they have a flavor like guacamole gamer shark 9000? Stop. Stop. Who's shitting in 8K? Who was that old? There was like an old guy that was like known for farting on things. Rap King or something? I don't fucking remember. My friends used to send me when I was in like high school and middle school for shits and giggles. This was when like Discord was brand spanking new. They would just send me his videos. And I don't mean like links to his videos. They downloaded that shit and then sent it to me. So I'd be like, what the fuck is this? And then I'd click it. And it would just be some dude in his tidy whities ripping absolute ass on like a door handle. And a ghost appears. I think that's the exact one I'm talking about. I think that's the exact one. Bought out or removed as a partial owner. She's cost the company thousands. I don't know. That's a good question. She doesn't seem to be in the new V card set so far. That's right. They're making another V card set. So far, the promos that they've shown, though, are literally a bunch of the same VTubers that were in set 1. So that's... The support cards, though, have been new. I like Russian Badgers. It's him chugging a jerry can of gasoline. And his card's called Gassed Up. That's amazing. That's amazing. I don't care what anybody says. I feel like V-Card is just overrated. I don't think it's overrated. Well, it's overrated in terms of like VTubers collecting it. I've not seen a single goddamn person play the game. Not one. There's one thing I want to do though, is I want to get in touch with the managers that I know and see if I could ask them to sponsor a stream. Maybe after we move and we set up like hand cams, we can do like a top-down in-person like game of the whole thing. Try getting one of them graded and the people at PSA ask, what the fuck is this? I mean, does PSA grade any cards? Or it'd be so funny if people started trying to get like their Oshi, the like legendary Oshi cards, the one that are like full art and stuff, and then sending it off to PSA to get it sealed. I thought it was streamer merch. No, it's playable. The thing was, Snow, I think let me see. When did you get here, Snow? June 10th. You're brand spanking new. Welcome in, baby. All right. So you weren't here for this. When V Card first launched, I reviewed the game rules. They were trash. They were absolute fucking garbage. The mechanics for the cards too were lame. Every color, because they're based on like colors and elements and stuff, every single one had the exact same, had a VTuber that was the exact same across all the elements. So for example, it was like Shy Lily was the same as Numi, but they were different elements. So they had different weaknesses. But they had the exact same abilities and the exact same cost. That's fucking lame. It basically means that you're playing battle at that point. They also had no rules on advancement of cards. So there were power levels, which I don't remember the exact numbers. I think it was 8, 9, 10. I think the power levels were 8, 9, 10. And there wasn't advancement. It wasn't like you put down 8 and then you can put down 9 on top of it and then 10 on top of it. It was play your best card, your best VTuber card from hand, which basically just meant somebody could make a deck that was just all level 10s and immediately have an advantage. Really just card skins? Pretty much. They were pretty much just card skins. There was 5 cards for all of the like main characters, and then you just slapped a skin on all of them, and that was it. It's like who played Ninjago? Ninjago had a card game. Any card from football to trading cards? That's actually kind of cool. I would send, if I had, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I make the promise, if I ever got into a VTuber card game, I would make my own deck. Hands down. I would probably even do instructions on that, on like deck building. I used to do deck building for Magic. I've done it for Yu-Gi-Oh!, Force of Will. Was I great at it? No. But I know the basics and I know the principles. More often than not, I was more stopped with my decks because of my budget. I was a broke college student all the way up until I stopped playing card games. So like my budget for decks was like $25. I would make decks on $25. To this day, Electrostatic Pummeler is still the best deck I ever made. It was one of the few times I made it to like top 8 and then top 4, was literally running a $16 deck that focused around Electrostatic Pummeler when that was in Magic Standard. Centering corners, edges, surface conditions. That was what PSA looks at. Yeah, that's what I figured. The thing is, I wonder if they have standards for it. It would have to depend on if they have like standard cards, like this is what a 10 is. Is tournament legal? Understood. That's what it was at the beginning, Hollow. They canceled that set, therefore making that set fucking mint level collectors for people who liked those VTubers and stuff. And then, there was also a misprint on one of the characters. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it was something like the height was wrong on a couple of VTubers because for some reason they put the VTubers' heights on their cards. But when it comes to PSA 10 is near impossible to get. Maybe I've seen some here and there, but yeah, I wouldn't doubt if it's like extremely difficult. Being 3 feet. But I don't think it was Shy Lily. I think it was one of the electric ones, I'm pretty sure, like a Fox Girl or something of some kind that I don't ever remember the name of. Sell my Oshis for some cash, baby. You have to find people that like collecting that stuff. But again, nobody's playing the fucking game. Anybody who's done anything with V-Cart is literally just opening packs. That's it. I want people to enjoy the games with like the intents behind. Obviously, the company probably just doesn't care what people do with the cards as long as they're buying them. Oh, Fox Girl. Yeah, that narrows it down. She's like white and gold or white and yellow. I'm pretty sure that was her. Hi, Lucifer. How are you doing? But PSA 10 equals gem mint 10 means the card is perfect. Yep. Means it didn't get damaged in shipping. Basically, like, it basically looks like it came off the printing press and got sent to them is essentially the gist of it. It is playable in Tabletop Sim. I do know it's free to play in Tabletop Sim. Who opens the cards because she gives most of them to her daughter? If it's VTubers her daughter really likes. AMA? Ama? Amelie? Is that the one you're thinking? Monarch? That's the one you're talking about, right? Amelie? That's what I was thinking. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so Monarch. But yeah, so far, actually, we can check. Let me pull Twitter up real quick. Coco, quit rubbing your butt in the carpet. I just took you outside before stream started. What are you doing, baby? What is it? Stinky. Stinky. Okay, V card. V card, TCG. Ooh. Oh, wait, there's a road. Oh, wait, no, this is from the 7th. Yesterday, supports. Something has awakened. Yeah, let me see here. What is this new set called? Awakened Worlds. Okay, oh, why did I freeze? Are you gonna add like world cards or something? Are we gonna get field cards, the equivalent of field cards? I'm playing Commander since COVID. Yep. Because buying not COVID decks, Commander decks is a fucking pain and it's too expensive for me. Plus, I like testing multiple decks. And the first thing that came to mind was Death Stranding. Oh. Remember making a card game that was basically monsters? What do you mean monsters? Elaborate. Tongue. Anyway, I don't use that tongue nearly enough. But what? This is a very good song. Inside the Fire by Disturbed. Great song, dude. Great song. Zombie called Where? Oh, gotcha. It's also the thing with Magic. Final set drop. Hey, yo, that actually looks like a pretty quality deck box. This is dude over here. Where are my frame sleeves at? Just holding a $20 bill. Too early for goofing on the weekend, but it's noon. It's past noon, even though I haven't had lunch. Anyway, water. Okay. That's the thing I want to figure out is because of the bills I paid and all that shit, I has no monies. I'm already out of monies. I spent it on my bills, my car insurance, my re-registration, because this month my registration expires. And I was going to sell the car before this, but oh, Jesus. Okay. I was like, what the fuck is that? Why did all of this show up in the fucking stream chat? Where did oh, I took them away. I can bring them back. Listen, some people like the eyes, some people don't, because they're very, you know. Here, let's get real close. Come here, chat. Come here. I'm sure you love these eyes, right? Hi, chat. How are you doing? Ice Ice Baby. Do you want Ice Ice Baby? Nope, not looking, not gonna look. Look into my eyes. Look into my eyes. Come on, Neko. What's wrong? They couldn't possibly hurt you. Too much? Oh, but they're so cool. They're so cool, though. I'm still winning the stare off. Which one? Just pick one. It doesn't matter. They're all looking into your soul. Sprays water and Mary's eyes. It matters to me. Then just pick one. Pick the like tiny one that's right underneath my eyebrows. I'm sorry if you looked into my soul. I know what gets you off now. Can't look into your eyes. Too busy playing King K. Rool in Smash Bros. Jesus, I always forget that he's playable. Who the fuck plays King K. Rool? Shadowborn, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hey, it's Jump. All right, hold on. Why do I have notifications? Who are you, stranger? Okay. Now, let me see here. Chat, is it time we check the news? Do we need to check the news? Elden Ring is trending. The Jittabitaqua is trending. Oh, goodness. Sorry. Excuse me. Art. Screenshot. Art. What are you buying? Ooh. Art. Goofy bird meme. That is a borderline naked recluse. Not gonna lie though, I'm really liking all the fan art of recluse. People do be, their brain do be going haywire over recluse and her choice of attire. I stole my soul for a revolver. Only thing is the spot is half empty Pringles can and pizza. Oh, mine, I sold mine when I was 8 for waffles and immortality. Those waffles were worth it. Came with strawberries. Fantastic. But Shin Godzilla may be in production. Shin Godzilla 2. Ooh. Whoa there, Ghost. Whoa there. Slow your roll. It's okay. We all know it's fine. We can keep it. We keep Saturday go round having fun times. Aww. I was thinking of like if we do the community games, we could do like some sort of like challenge thing, like Dono challenge or something. Force me to play a mech I've never played or a hero that like I'm avoiding. God, what's one of the heroes? I've never played Namor. Never played Namor in Marvel. Oh, the thing is, I wonder if it's gonna work. I have an issue when it comes to like trying to load up Marvel. That I have to like sit here and it's like take hands off of the computer. Because if I do anything else, oh, do you want a wheel of punishment? Spin the wheel. Okay, we'll spin the wheel. Spinning the wheel. Okay, hold on. Hold your horses. All right. Spin, spin, spin. Tell us the sin, we will win. Oh, shit. Okay, so what were our recent compliments? Enthusiasm, hair, voice. Also, real quick, let me take off Cheeb's moment because I think swapping to Cheeb's and swapping back often breaks. Let's turn it into something else. What else could we do? What else could we do in place of Cheeb's? Curse toggle combo? What's the curse toggle combo? Oh, I got you. I know what the curse toggle combo is. Is it that? Oh, damn, I nailed it. I nailed it on that one. Goblin voice time? Maybe? Sila, thank you for renewing your season pass. Holy shit. 9 months. All right. Baby's name. What's our stream baby's name? All right. We need to... it's probably not a good idea to do the curse thing. It's more of a funny thing to pull out on occasion. That's what I'm talking about. Woo! I'm unoriginal, but Lilith. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Are you saying our child is an evil mistress of darkness? What other punishments? Did y'all hear her? Y'all heard that, right? Oh, we could do another workout. Okay, yeah. Do we want to do... So we have 25 push-ups. We have 1.5 minute planks, 50 squats. Should we do another core workout? Or do we dare do burpees? Do we dare put burpees in here? Burpees. Wall sit? Oh, we could do wall sit. 50 jumping jacks. No, we're not going to do jumping jacks. Jumping jacks are kind of one of those like weirder workouts. I hope it's chef video. It's not, I'm not going to lie. When I was spinning it this time, I kind of wanted it to be a Chef's Club video. I'm not going to lie. I was thinking, it was like, I'd be fun to yell at a Chef's Club video right now. Minute wall sit? We could do that. Okay, and then we can add some more. Let's do some more workouts. We can put in If you're fine with it, then it's not a punishment. No, I'm imagining it on par with like doing the other workouts. Still could. You're the boss. We'll see. We'll see. Side planks. A tiny 3-minute plank. No, we have the 1.5-minute plank on here. What I do? Hi, Bob. All right. We'll do burpees. We'll put like 10 burpees because burpees fucking suck. I don't know why the AMA section keeps changing as I'm typing things. Okay. What else would there be? I'm gonna say if I had weights or something, I could add something for that. Oh. Hold on a second. I twisted myself to like look down the hall when I said that. And I got dizzy. So hold on, I'm gonna drink some water. Oh, I'm sure, Prey. Burpees are absolutely exhausting. But the thing is these are like basically one set, if that makes sense. Each of these is like one set of a workout. Because we also have the redeem. I was going to say, we have the workout redeem. While I did put examples in there, I think I'm going to open it up to like other choices. Like if y'all want to do the workout redeem, you could throw like another workout in there. And if I'm able to do it, I will. And we'll probably set like an adequate amount of time, depending on what it is. If it's like a wall sit. Actually, you know what? For this, we're going to make it 1:30 for the wall sit. Eat Marmite. I don't have Marmite right now, so I don't really want to add it to the wheel just in case we spin it today and we end up on it. You must really like exercise. I do like exercise. Why would I want to go through the world not knowing what my body is capable of? Why would I wish to suffer when I could train myself to be the best I can be and enjoy all the food I want in the world with far fewer consequences than being overweight? That's just me. If some people, I know a lot of people that are fat and happy. Trust me. If I didn't work out as much as I did, I would be fat and happy too. I do go 4 times a week. I go 4 times a week, and it's usually before stream. Today was not a gym day though. Yesterday was. I was up at 6:30 yesterday to go to the gym to be back home for mage time at 11 p.m. That was canceled. So uppies win. Why be fat and ugly? Just be ugly. Join the gym. I'm not like ridiculously strong. Frankly, I have this weird like middle ground where like some days I go to the gym and I'm like, lightweight. Yeah, lightweight, baby. But there's some days I go to the gym and I'm like, I want to do like a toning workout. So I'll do like a medium-ish weight a lot, like 15 reps. And then other days I wake up and I'm like, it's time to get fucking pumped, dude. And I go in there and I grab like whatever like the equivalent of high weight is at the time. And then I'll do like 10. I'll do 10 of those. You were lifting one time and I was like, whoa. Oh, were you talking about my my leg press? My regular workout for leg press is either 280 or 300, 12 to 15 times. 12 to 15 times. I have a lot of cardio already. I need to do more cardio. Again, I'm very stationary in a regular day. And I do 10 minutes of warm-up cardio every time I go to the gym. Have you measured how high you can jump? No, I have not. Y'all, how many people know? Hold on, let me see if I can find. Let's do. Hold on. I don't want this to pull up the gym that I go to just in case. Planet Fitness. I'm just gonna call it the Jungle Gym. Images. Oh, perfect. Literally the exact thing I'm looking for. Okay, this isn't even close to what my gym looks like in general. So this is the Jungle Gym that almost every Planet Fitness has. The thing is, okay, this is actually slightly different, which I actually kind of like. the like pull-up bar that's here at the top of the corner that's like facing us, and then the jungle gym part that goes through the middle. My gym's not like this one. This one starts low and goes up. Mine is all up. It is all way too fucking high, and you have to have at least a full foot vertical unless you're 7 feet tall. Planet Fitness, the only gym I joined is the YMCA. Hey, listen, if you got, everybody's probably got a gym near them in this day and age, in the year of our Lord 2025, you can find a way to go work out at the gym. I genuinely believe the hardest part of deciding to go to the gym is going and getting comfortable being there. Marin goes short. I'm not that short. I'm very much like an average height. And even then, like if I stand under this like flat pull-up bar that you see that's facing us, and I put my arms straight up over my head, I still can't reach it. I have to jump to grab it. Yeah, going with a friend can help a lot. Going with a friend early on makes it so much more comfortable. This makes Snoop Dogg go, damn, that should be high dog. Yes, yes, it does. I've specifically gone to the people at the front. I'm like, guys, I really want to use the jungle gym, but it's a fucking pain when like most of the strength I have to do the workout I want to do on it goes into catching myself when I jump to catch it. Also bring music? Yes. Bring podcasts, music, whatever. Just bring a pair of headphones and just jam, dude. Just have a good time. How many pull-ups can I do in a row? Honestly, it depends on the day. I don't do pull-ups nearly as much as I should. I usually do pull-downs more than anything. Who's hoarding all the friends? It's always the days that I always feel like the most pumped are the ones that I like have the days where it's like, let's get fucking jacked, is the day I'm listening to music instead of like a podcast. You listen to 3 Days Grace? I do sometimes. I like some of their older songs. The ones that, you know, used to be like DBZ. She's looking at me, chat. The dog is looking at me. Do not make eye contact. Do not give her the attention she demands. Man with envy cookie, most unfortunate. God damn it, Watsuku. The only gym I go to is work, can lift my body weight of 150 from all the stuff I have to pick up at work. That's not bad. I can do a few. I can do a few at least. Honestly, I probably need to do more pull-ups instead of pull-downs. But honestly, pull-downs and rows are literally my favorite workout. They're so fun. I don't know why. I really just like doing rows. Insert sexual innuendo related to gymming. Oh no. Where's our flippin' Coco emotes? Oh, here, hold on. Hold on, I have an idea. Let me see what I can do really quick. I actually realized earlier today, I have a picture saved on my phone of the puppo, and it's her like looking at me. And I'm wondering, here, I'm going to post it in pet pictures just so I can get it on my PC. Petting Zoo, that's where it is. Petting Zoo, scroll, 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 scroll. I scrolled too far. Okay. And then we could do kind of like a rotated thing. I think. Let me see here. We could do... Get the picture up. Save it. Pet pictures, pet pictures. Petting Zoo. Save image. Cocoa bean. Okay. And then I need Clip Studio. Okay. And then real quick, since we're not going to be looking at this anymore, let me go ahead and put the screen away while we work on this. What is the barista's favorite workout? I don't know. I don't know. What is a barista's favorite workout? Downloads. Bring you over here. And the main thing I want to do with this is... No, I don't want auto select. I want shrink selection. And what I'm going to do is hope it shrinks to Coco because that did not work at all. I don't think it's going to work. I think it's going to grab the carpet in the picture. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Well, hold on. Maybe I could do something here. Why aren't you working? It's not doing anything. God damn it. Why can't I get you to work? What the fuck? Would selection pin work? Let's try increasing the size. Okay, hold on. Maybe this will work better. And then we just kind of like highlight her whole face and stuff. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. And then hold on. I need to do a reverse thing real quick. Okay. Hello, Nihilus Blackheart. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Sorry, chat demanded an emote, so now today is also going to be a work day. So I am over here tracing out my puppo for chat. Oh, I fucked up. I left it on negative. I'm trying to essentially be able to turn her into a PNG. So I'm doing a bit of goofy shit. Here, go big. What do you mean go big? Okay, we don't want her to have like a little hump. He doesn't know how much chat loves her. She doesn't know how much chat loves her. I really should share more pictures of Coco at times. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Okay, hold on. I had the wrong selection. The selection pin is the method I don't really use when I'm doing stuff like this. So I'm not very familiar with it. Another thing coming. All right. Pupper. Yeah, pupper. And then... Oh, good Lord. There's like tiny pixels for some reason that like the auto selection made. And I don't exactly get why. And it kind of gives like these really gross, rough edges. So I'm trying to kind of clean stuff up so that we don't end up with like a whole bunch of floating pixels. Oh, good Lord. This is also like part of the downside of having a Samsung camera is it like auto increases the like number of pixels. So technically this fucking picture is massive. The thing is, I'm wondering if we're gonna do it. We're just gonna do her head. But right now, I'm just cutting out her whole body in this picture. Okay. Got that. So what I should do here is invert it. And then I can just erase everything. Big eraser. Okay. And then now, invert it back. And then we can move her. And then now I need to make it a proper size. I'm trying to remember. Does anybody know in Clip Studio how to change the size of the canvas? Is it edit? There it is. Change canvas size. Okay, and then let me do this. Size of emotes. Uh-oh. Okay. This is going to be like a massive shrinkage. So I think instead we should do a large scale and then downscale the... Okay. We'll make this 2000 by 2000. Okay. This is so stupid. It's so crude, but I'm kind of okay with it. I'm kind of okay with it. So then what we'll do here is we will save this. Save as. Coco PNG. Actually, hold on. Can I do something else here? Control T. Angle a little bit. Make her a little bit bigger. So, because if I angle her like slightly to like one corner, then I can actually make her bigger so she takes up more of the emote space. All right. Cancel, save. Yes, yes. And then I need to actually save it as well as a project file. Just in case I need to change it later. Faye would yell at me if I didn't. And then reopen. I need that. I need the sizes again. 112. Okay. Because I also think 7TV can resize it itself. So what we'll do is we will make this a 7TV emote. So anytime somebody says, I did save his project file. Speak of her and she shall appear. Oh, never mind. She was here. Oh my God, 26 months. Okay, hold on. Export. PNG. Cocoa bean. I'm going to call this one 1. Actually, I'm gonna do 112. So then specify pix 112 size. Okay. Save. Okay. Now let's go check out 7TV. Upload. Coco. Dog. Doggo. Coco. Oh yeah, okay. It looks like the max resolution update is okay, upload. Oh, accept rules, yes. Accept rules. And I'm gonna go ahead and add it, but I don't think it's gonna work until it gets, again, it's marked unlisted. So maybe after it's done processing, it'll get approved and should be fine. What is the name? It's just Coco. It's her name. Okay. Okay. Now we can go back to seeing what is trending and why. Play wildcard? Wildcard, wishlist on Steam, 2v2 collectible card action game where strategy and skill collide. God, I hope so. Why the fuck does this look not like a finished game, but more like a random Unity project? Voiceover audition or wildcard playtest? The world may never know. It looks really crude. It looks like somebody's like demo for like their first or second like game they've ever made. I think the best example recently is that it looks like a little bit like Izzy's test when she made her own 3D model. And it was just, she was using like the test environment to like run around in. And like the mostly default parameters. It looks like that. With maybe custom models. And that is an AI background. Closing that. Aww. Okay, it's just usual pride stuff. It's usual pride stuff. It's wild to be the men's rights anti-legitimate qua guy and then post the gayest shit imaginable. And it's just fucking, hold on. Can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up. Elon Musk posting sexy boy. Which I'm pretty sure he said this is what the guy version of Grok is gonna look like. Why are the eyes aid? Huh? Good and crude looking game. Look up Straftat. It's wild to be a men's rights anti-LGBTQ guy and then post the gayest shit imaginable. I hope that Thorns cut his lips. Hey, you can't blame Grok for this. Can't blame Grok for this, okay? We blame Elon. We blame Elon on this one. It's fine. It's why did that work? There we go. If you shake or Dan, how much falls out and just like those cartoon disarming moments to which way more than they have on them? Correct. That's exactly what happens. It's also when Ordain has to go through the airport and he has to like empty his pockets. It's like those one scenes where you have like a mercenary or something and the knives just keep coming. It's just along for the ride like the rest of us. and being dragged through it and augmented any way he can. Okay. A gay man's dream is what this thing says, but for some reason A is in quotations. It's just 50 boxes full of stuff. That's why I teleport everywhere. You fucking dork. Like, go ahead. Take it from me. And this is the two dudes looking at each other. Oh. All right, well, I'm not seeing... Okay, I don't want to look at that. That's kind of weird. What the fuck is this? LGBTQ plus humanoid robot called the Rizbot spotted in Los Angeles. When was this? Yesterday. He's just covered in like a rainbow duct tape. He's covered. He has a lot of parts of him covered in rainbow duct tape, and I guess he's just walking around. He's kind of cute too because he's only like 3 feet tall, and he's wearing a cowboy hat. Here, chat. Here, let's. I keep like bringing the screen down and jumping back. Look at him. Not Elon's bitch. Amazing. Amazing. Listen, it's kind of cute. Also, yes, this is a World Star. World Star is posting this. That can curse his bloodline more than it is on guard. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. But yeah, that's goofy. Now, you have to imagine, though, somebody spent a shitload of money to buy that robot, deck it out in all of the just random nonsense, and just set it loose. Just let it go. I'm still not really finding any coherency between what's being posted on here. Call for reinstatement of suicide prevention hotline. Agreed. That should not have been defunded. That's naked. That's also naked. Okay, okay. Once it starts turning into gay porn, that's when you go somewhere else. That's when you go somewhere else. Look elsewhere. Okay. Moore released the Epstein intel manipulation. Ooh. Arrest Obama. Operation Sindor? What's Operation Sindor? Five Indian planes were shot down by Pakistan. President Trump said that. At least one was shot down. Now POTUS says total 5. He's playing cricket. Amazing. Okay. Not looking at the gay porn? That is not very LGBT of you. I'm not here for the gay prawn. All right. Hold on a quick second. It is about to be iPad time. So we need to get to you. Screen time. I keep bringing the screen away and bringing it back, which is very goofy. But you know, the things you do for love. How could you? How could you? That's a blood disease. It's not even, it's like, isn't there news? It's like confirmed. He has Oh, I can't remember what it's called. It's some kind of vein problem, and it caused like pooling in different veins. So which is why, like, if you see any pictures, his ankles are swollen to shit. Oh, hi, these are the posts. This is the post I was looking at. Words on stream. All right. Ad breaks start in 80 second. I'm not going. Well, maybe I should let the pup out. Is that what made it not go to his brain? Who knows? There's probably a lot of like health concerns, I imagine, that comes with that. Okay, there's also a lot of posts on here that are just in Hindi, I think is what it is. Right? That's the main language of India. It's Hindi. All right. Nah, she is fine. She's laid out on the floor. I don't need to take him out. I don't need to take him out. Wait. Okay, I don't. Another Operation Sindor claim? Hold on, what is Operation Sindor? There's like no information on what it is. May 7th. Here. Okay, conflict was a brief armed conflict between India and Pakistan that began May 7th, 2025. After Indian launched missile strikes on Pakistan's military campaign codenamed Operation Sindor. Operation was in response to the Pahalgam terrorist attack in Indian-administered Jammu and Kashmir on the 22nd of April, in which 26 civilians were killed. India accused Pakistan of supporting cross-border terrorism, which Pakistan denied. Okay, so this is the... They're saying that this is a continuation of the bombardment of Operation Sindor. Okay. Okay. Still wants Greenland? Does he really? Hi, Fairbanks. Also, the Brits heard he plans to make another visit to the UK, so the Brits are pondering on pulling up the inflatable Trump balloon. Do it. Do it again. Do it again. Here, we'll do another round. I gotta catch a Marin stream. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Flandering. Yeah, today is an unusual day. Nobody is home today, so I get to stream on the weekend. But I wanted to see... Oh god, who the fuck is this dude? Uh-oh, in a podcast with Joe Rogan, James Tallarico mentions Nick Fuentes, calling him a Holocaust denier. Rogan responds, questioning that label. He's the denier, or does he debate the numbers? That's the same thing! That's the same thing. Oh my god. Wheel of Punishment. Uh-oh. All right, we'll spin the Wheel of Punishment as soon as the words on stream are over. I have it open, so I shouldn't forget. Question mark. Question mark. Ooh. Sinners has ended its theatrical run in the US. Number 3 highest grossing horror movie ever, and 10th highest grossing R-rated movie ever. Thank God. That's my movie of the year. Motherfucking Sinners is my movie of the year, baby. That shit is good. But Kippy. Okay. Aw. Oh god, it's Gold Chip. Anyway, keep scrolling. Wait, Agnes Tachyon has 2,755 children? Jesus. Jesus. Y'all failed at level 3? Chat. Tisk, 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 chat. How could you? How could you? All right. Put this away. Internet capture. Hi. Anyway. You're stupid? Oh, shit. I timed out. Somebody untime out night. I was trying to click the yes on that. All right, who redeemed this? Marceline? Marceline, any last words? What do you have to say for yourself? Correction, you're stupid? Listen, somebody else beat me to the yes, accept message. So, it was worth it. All right, see you in 10 minutes, baby doll. Baby Google. Yeah, I just got fucking shot, dude. I'm glad it was a timeout and not a ban. It's because I have the like little buttons next to names. So when I go to click yes on like a message that like the moderator tried to hold, then if somebody beats me to it in like the split second I'm about to click, Last Laugh is Mine. That's an amazing name. That's an amazing name. All right, we need desk. We'll go to desk. Excellent. Desk time. I don't have those here specifically for misclicking reasons. It happens. I don't do a lot of clicking either on the thing. Thanks. How are you doing? How's your Saturday? What shenanigans are you getting into? Fire Emblem, Fire Emblem. Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. People fawning over One Punch Man art yet again. The Coldplay Kiss Cam? There's no music. Why is it called the Coldplay Kiss Cam? I don't understand. All right. Wait. What is... John Proctor is the villain. Will be made into film for Universal? What is that? What is John Proctor is the villain? Is that a book I don't know? It feels like it'd be a book. Yeah, I'm not really finding much stuff. Cotton 4K, that's right. Oh yeah, the CEO. That's fucking hilarious. That's motherfucking hilarious, dude. It's the CEO and their secretary getting caught for the Coldplay thing. Oh. Cotton 4K. Isn't John Proctor the dude from Stay? That's what somebody in the comments said. Hold on. John Proctor is the villain. Play by Kimberly Bellflower. Okay. Play is a revisionist take on the American classic play The Crucible. Centered on a group of modern-day high school students and their interpretation of historical events the play is based on. Set in a high school classroom in small rural Georgetown in 2018, Carter Smith is the English teacher for several 11th graders, the straight-A student Beth, the new transfer student Nell, the wealthy girl Ivy, the pastor's daughter Raylan, the slightly awkward Mason, and Raylan's boyfriend Lee. Mr. Smith assigns the students the play The Crucible, the protagonist of which is John Proctor, who was convicted of witchcraft during the Salem witch trials. Beth forms the school's feminist club with Mr. Smith as its sponsor. Tensions rise when Raylan's estranged friend Shelby returns to school after prolonged absence. During the semester, Ivy's father is accused of sexual harassment during the Me Too movement. This feels like the type of shit that conservatives makes fun of leftists for. This is blue hair shit. And I'm not even done with the basic synopsis. There's more. I don't want to hear more. Hi, Lua. How are you doing? Tense class period. Shelby admits to everyone that she had been having sexual intercourse with Mr. Smith. Raylan and Shelby eventually repair their relationship, taking a day off from school to meet at a gas station. The play includes several songs by famous pop artists like Lorde and Taylor Swift. That's something that is so 2018, it fucking hurts. I don't like this. I don't like this even a little bit. It was a Broadway play. Randy Marsh. Oh my god, no, not that. Not that, Lord. A thing saying Netflix is working on a live action Captain Planet and the Planeteers cartoon. Okay, as long as it's not like the last live action Captain Planet. I think that could be interesting. That would be interesting to bring back like old 90s cartoons. Hell for exactly 7 years. I would not doubt it. Oh my. I gave her everything. It's a dude playing the horse game and has like a dozen beer bottles in front of him and Gold Ship getting 6th. Goofy. Goofy. Also, this is me just scrolling through random stuff. But r/shitty movie details. In Thunderbolts 2025, Bucky Barnes is a congressman. This is because he is 108 years old, which is a prime age for being in Congress. That's fucking amazing, dude. Let me see. Fucking shitty movie details are hilarious. I don't care how gay the horses are. I'm not playing the horse betting gotcha game. Onion, play the horse gotcha game. Okay, what is the crazy thing is about the Astronomer? I guess it's the company CEO cheating scandal. Is it was the HR lady, the person who would warn you against fraternizing with coworkers? It's always the HR. It's always the fucking HR who thinks that they're better than everybody else that ends up in the shittiest work relationships. If you're in HR, kids, do not date your coworkers. It makes you a fucking hypocrite. You know you want a gold ship? My gold ship's actually pretty good in the game. Onion, the gay horses are paired up. Rules for thee, not for me. Correct. All right, let me see. What's going on over on Healing Streams July 2025? Please don't be a Christian camp. Please don't be a Christian camp. Please don't be a... Fuck, it is! Oh, no. Oh, no, it is. Who the fuck are you? Healing Streams Live, healing services with Pastor Chris. Pastor Chris. Oh God, it's a hashtag, so I can't even tell where his name ends and his last name begins. Chris Oyaka Hilome? Hilome? Chris Oyak Hilome. Okay. I don't think this guy's like an American pastor because a lot of these posts aren't Well, okay, these posts that are in Hindi are definitely people just stealing the trending hashtags of the day. Is it Chris or Chris? Chris spelled like the CHRIS. The others having an affair where they're both unhappy. I don't trust Chris's. Sorry, I don't make the rules. I've known a lot of Chris's, and most of them tend to be the type that'll cheat. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. But, yeah, these are people just reposting the like banner. Actually, I think it's weirder because this banner, it's art on a billboard, and then the billboard is on the banner. Oh, the reason it's being spammed is because they're bot accounts and it's currently live. Tomorrow's Shark Week? Oh shit, dude. Oh fuck, I need to find my shark onesie. I need to get my shark onesie. It's motherfucking Shark Week, dude. Are you ready for them to pretend like the Megalodon is real again? Who's ready for Misinformation the Special? Shark, 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 shark. All right. Catterday. Hashtag Catholics are trending. Oh no, not the Catholics. Treason. Oh boy. Cigarettes trending in the US? How many of it? Werehog. Werehog? All right, this is the last thing I'm going to check out. Oh, okay. It's people freaking out about the Werehog Sonic being in Sonic Crossworlds. Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Okay. Oh, that's art. That's weird, sexy art. But most of it is just people sharing the trailer. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Oh, he's not voiced. He only makes like noises. So apparently, okay, that's why people are quote tweeting it so much. People are mad because it's not voiced. Who cares? It's a racing game. Just give me the goofy shit. Just like, woohoo! Whoo! Like it's fucking Mario Kart. It's not Roger anymore? Oh. Yeah, he's the pre-order bonus character, is what it says. Pre-order Sonic Racing Crossroads to receive the special bonus items. Werehog Racer, Werehog's B-Spike vehicle, and Werehog decal. Huh. Not to, like, but listen, sure, put the Werehog in the game. That's fine. But Hatsune Miku is going to be in the game. Does anything else matter? Yes, Joker's in the game too. Joker's the only one. Me playing non-Sonic characters in the Sonic racing game. That's me. That's me as fuck. It's a racing game, guys. Why the fuck do you want like full voice acting? Persona mentioned. Oh no. Oh. Ooh, that didn't look good. All right. I don't think we're going to have anything else here. Chat, do we want to vote? Now, when you say joke, shut up. Now, do we want to vote on what we are going to do? Alice is under Sega until something like that happens. Yep. One of the features of the game is that two racers picked as rivals will have banter and roast each other at the start of the race. Wait, is it specific ones? Is it specific ones? Like certain ones will banter with each other? Or do you have to like lock them in and say that these guys are rivals? Like I can understand Sonic like having banter with like Shadow. Wait. Is the green hot guy in the game from Sonic was it Gravity or something? Is he in the game? I remember like the Albatross was. Okay, they do. Interesting. Jet, yeah, Jets. Yeah. If I can get the boards, if I can get the boards on any character, I'm just gonna play Joker, dude. I'm just gonna play Joker, and he's always gonna be on one of the boards from Gravity. Who's Miku gonna have beef with? Good question. The Sonic. Wait, what? The Sonic hot guy? What? Hawk. Hawk is what I said. The Sonic Hawk guy. Okay, I was confused. I was confused by by where you got that for a second, and then I remembered. I was like, I said Hawk. Yeah, he's the green Hawk guy. Hold on. I want to pull up Sonic. Wasn't it Gravity? Zero Gravity. That's what it was. Sonic Riders. Yeah, Sonic Riders, dude. Love that shit. And of course, we can't forget Sonic Heroes. Sonic Heroes is still fantastic. I don't care what anybody says. All right. Is Kirby Air Riders? I want my Kirby fucking Air Riders, baby. Chat, we better have partner by the time Kirby Air Riders comes out, because I want to be able to just start doing like tournaments and shit in Kirby Air Riders. Team Chaotix was the best. I agree. Into Pokemon as evolutions were split into Supersonic and Werehog. Oh, good lord. Yeah, Fakemon is always interesting because you either end up with people that have like crazy cool art skills and they make like really original Pokemon, or you end up with the people that are just like, I'm gonna take these other game characters and turn them into Pokemon. All right, we need to make a prediction here. Not prediction, poll. That's it. That's what this thing is called. What do... So we have community, Mecha Break, community, Marvel Rivals, Stupid Food, community DBD, I think we'll do community DBD. I'm fine with doing Survivor today. And then what was my fifth one? I forgot what it was. What was the fifth one I had? Stupid Ideas, community DBD. Community DBD was the fifth one that I came up with to like right on the spot, but now I don't remember the fourth. Shit, what was it? Chat, help me out. I want my Kirby fucking Air Riders. I wonder whose lucky Air Riders are. Oh my god. What? 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 All right. Nobody remembers the other things that I said. Sunstar, you're supposed to be smart. Marvel Rivals, DBD, Stupid Food. Yes, that's the ones that I have. There was another one. What was the other one? Shit. I knew I was going to forget one of them. Horse, that's what it was. It was Haunt's game. Haunt's game. All right, we're going to run this for 5 minutes. We're going to let... Oh, nope, nope. Not additional votes. Not additional votes. Yeah. Okay. There's the poll. I should have run to the bathroom when that ad break came around, but honestly, I didn't need to go at the time, but now I desperately need to go, and we still have 30 minutes until the next ad break. So I'm going to let that run a long time, and I'm going to run to the bathroom. Excuse me, pardon me. I'm just going to go over here, and then I'll swap over to the screen. And y'all better not fail in words on stream this time. All right, guys. I'll be back in just a minute. Okie dokie. Oh, I didn't notice the poll. That's okay. That's why I did the long one. All right, kids, don't forget to vote in the poll. If you're lurking and you can hear me, poll, 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 poll. There's not a lot of people that have voted. Shockingly. Shockingly. All right, let me turn the music down. There we go. All right, we will go back to the big chatting page. There we go. Mecha game chat. Grins really wants the mecha game. That's how many players is it? Is it 5 or 6 players per team? I think it's at least 5, but I don't remember if it's 6. Everything just voted for my choice? Well, we don't know what your choice is. I need Welkin. That's totally fine. I play Narukami. We already know that. I also got Stellaris, Stellaris, as they call it in this game. My brain is always Stellaris, like it is the game, the strategy game, Stellaris. But vote early, vote often. Yes, vote early, vote often. But I'm totally down for stupid foods. Faye sent me pictures this morning of pad thai that her and Sai got from a food truck. And it's put a fucking craving in me for pad thai and shit. But I don't have what's the word? I don't have Thai food money. Although who was it? The thing is, if that comes up, I need to go. If it's like for food for the day or something, I need to like adjust the percentage, basically. All I know is I play Welkin and there are 2 dinosaur mechs. Oh my god, you just reminded me. Hold on, what was that? Where is it? Exoprimal. Oh my god, I kind of want to play Exoprimal again. I'm not gonna lie. Mega Man set? What? Hold on, show me what this DLC is. A big yellow blob with an eye in the center of him? Who is this? Yellow Devil classic enemy. Witch Doctor Mega Man set. Ooh, Alpha Insurgent set for the Vigilance. The Vigilant is the one that I played all the time. That's kind of cool. I didn't realize that they'd been releasing so many other characters. Or, well, skins, technically. Skins. But it also doesn't look like they've released any new mechs. Or not mechs, suits. Wait. Murasame. Yeah, these are all the same suits. It doesn't look like Exoprimal. That one's a dinosaur? That one's actually just Raptor Man. No. Who was gonna tell me that there was a Monster Hunter skin? You can be Rajang if you're playing Roadblock? That's insane. Oh, yeah, Tricera and Stego. I love Stego. Oh, shit, wait, the poll's already over? What one? Was it stupid food? I can't even check it over here in the activity feed. Food? All right, we'll do stupid food in just a second. Oh, wow, they really did release a bunch of Monster Hunter skins. What's the unicorn from Wild? Like, Kieran? It's basically a Kieran, but doesn't it have a different name? Yeah, Skywave has that armor set. Barrage has a Devil Joe armor set. That's fucking... Oh, no, this is an Nergigante set, not Devil Joe. Ah, yes, Pickle Joe, my favorite. But... fancy. Ew. Yeah, it's a shame that these are all just... pay money type skins. Oh my god, of course there's Chun-Li. Wait, it's a vigilant skin? Chun-Li is the sniper in this game? That's hilarious. I don't think I've ever seen anybody else give... Okay, these are upgraded versions, early releases. Oh, I think she's Vigilante Alpha only. No, okay, no, she's Vigilante all over. I kind of like fast, close combat ones. I can understand that. That's why I think Mecha Break is doing so well. Mecha Break's, oh, what's the word? I guess style is so much better than what's out there. It's I don't know what else to call it, but good. They've genuinely done a good job. Because I'm better at stuff I think is cool. Agreed. If you're having fun and you're enjoying the game, you're more likely to want to be good at it. I remember when it was going to be the EDF killer. It's just hadn't fallen off so hard. There's Chun-Li and Ryu. There's Guile. I saw Guile while I was scrolling. How much of this Gundam Evolution? The thing is, I disagree completely. Mecha Break could not make me miss Gundam Evolution. Gundam Evolution was so goddamn boring in the scope of what Mecha Break is. I watched so many people. I watched Zozo, Cab, there was an Evil Commander streamer that has since retired. I can't remember his name. He used to play it. And a bunch of other people in the circle. And I was so bored, dude. I was so bored. I was so uninterested. They're all so big, clunky. They feel like they have little to no. Lord Commander? Yes, Lord Commander Chaos. That's it. Was that who Cab designed his Mecha Break pilot after? I saw it and I immediately thought of Lord Commander Chaos. I think maybe he named it in the post. I don't remember for sure. Gundam Evolution was fun for a week, not any longer. That's why it died. Because they just made a generic hero shooter. They didn't try to make anything that made the mech aspect part of it. And like, maybe the scaling was good. But even then, I think the world building so far for Mecha Break, while technically being a Chinese game, and so you end up with that kind of uncanniness that comes with like Chinese actors speaking English or having phrases that are translated directly from Chinese to English. It sounds kind of weird at times, but the world that they build and the way that they've built maps to a certain scale is so good. The fact that like all of these places feel like they're also, what's the word? Populated, being worked in. Like so many of the maps are like loading docks, mass rail transit, satellite locations and stuff like that. And then it looks like there's actually people working there and they're like tiny. They're tiny compared to your mech. It's so good. It's so good. Unique styles and abilities. True. They dumbed it down for the sake of making it a hero shooter. Coco, I can't pet you when you lay down. Fine. I'll lean over and pet you. All right. All right. Scritchy puppy, scritchy puppy. Okay, she has flopped over even harder, and now I have to lean more. All right, there goes face tracking. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Okay. Oh my goodness. All right, let me get stupid foods up. r/stupid foods. Stupid foods. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I already regret this. Give her what she wants. Fine, okay. Jeez, I'll lean over and pet her some more. Here, have some belly rubs. Scritch, 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 scritch. Hi. She just looked up at me. You goofball. All right, I'll admit that was fun being a Zaku 2 in Evolution, being a roach, zipping and lightning things up with my machine gun, then zipping out with a smoke grenade. I still think Mecha Break has gotten the fast movement. Even then, I think they've made better transforming mechs than a Transformers game. Listen, if they gave us another Transformers game and it wasn't like nearly as fast or as fun as Mecha Break, I'd be a little upset. Searching ballpark food. The first one that came up literally is Surf and Turf, and it has fucking hot dogs on top of it. All right, let's do this. Screen time. Screen spots. Hi, Words. How are you doing? All right, because this is a little smaller than our previous usual thing, we're gonna do here. There we go. That's awful. Hold on, we're actually gonna go back a little bit. Okay, that's a little bit better. I can't tell what fish that is. It looks like jarred, like maybe not sardines, maybe mackerel. The bread is toasted. I can see that the bread is slightly toasted under there. Just the whole fucking mackerel and 2 hot dogs. Well, 1 hot dog cut in half and then cut in half again. Oh, why do you do this? Why do you do this? There's also juices. There's juices on the plate, and that deeply concerns me. Okay. Ah, yes. The bomb pizza strikes again. Here, hold on. So, we've seen this one multiple times when we've done fucking stupid foods, because Jesus, Peter fucking Christ. This is some bougie-ass restaurant. I think it's like a 4-star or a 5-star restaurant, if I remember right. And for some god-awful reason, this is the way that they make their pizza. And he comes in, sets this bitch on fire, lets it, I guess it's supposed to toast up or something. Not exactly sure. The fucking fanning, the flames of whatever the fluid is they just burned off that got into the crevices. And then they break out fucking scissors and cut it open, trying to give us this reveal. Can I get rid of that? There we go. There we go. And no, it's not even something that you can eat. He literally cuts around the entire edge, pulls it off, and you just have the saddest, most gross looking pizza I've ever seen. The crust is this weird, flabby shell. It looks like there's dates or rehydrated raisins inside, swimming in some kind of white sauce with some kind of cheese. I see ricotta. It looks fucking awful. It looks disgusting. And it shows up all the time when you look up gourmet pizzas and shit. Are those nuts? I think those are actually nuts. I think those are walnuts. Oh, I hate it, dude. Oh, I hate it. Yeah, I see roasted walnuts. So I think this is supposed to be a sweet, nutty pizza of some kind. But at the same time, it looks like what they essentially did was made the pouch of pizza dough, threw the ingredients inside of it, cooked it, and then brought it out to the table for this dumb as shit presentation. Oh, it could be sun-dried tomatoes. You could be right. They do look like they could be sun-dried tomatoes. It does look raw. It looks like I don't know if that's the cheese that's in there or if that's a different kind of cheese, but it's still fucking blocking. It looks like Wario sneezed into a tissue. I can see that. I don't know why I thought this would be good, but I was very wrong. Blueberry cobbler cheddar cheese. The great Midwest. Only in the Midwest would they try to proudly cheese Wisconsin. Who nutted in my pizza? Ice cream hot dog served in a hot dog bun with ketchup and mustard. Huh? You made this at home? Okay, this was intentional. How my mom cooks mincemeat? Is she eating a plate of burnt mincemeat? Why? British. Fucking British. The British are the only people I know that would call it mincemeat and then eat a plate of it. This is ground beef. Probably. It's probably beef. It's ground meat. It's burnt to a fucking crisp and looks like it's like all stuck together. And then she has like maybe 2 kinds of barbecue sauce or something. I can't exactly tell for sure. There's 2 sauces here. Not even the Brits would call this mince at that point. That should be char. It do be char. Also unseasoned. I bet it's fucking unseasoned. I bet this is just straight raw mincemeat. Not raw mincemeat. Of course it's over. It's burnt mincemeat. Just straight mincemeat. They threw the mince into the pan and then had that shit turned up to 11. It's cigarette ashes with shit. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I swear to God, dude. Gourmet cooking is literally just here to fucking insult people. Thank you for self-care. This self-care is brought to you by GamerSubs. Use code Dark Carnival. I do get a kickback, and it does help quite a bit. I got my first payout, and like even though it was like $100 since we like partnered with them 4 months ago, maybe more than that, it still helps. It helps every month. Plus, I just like GamerSubs. Acid Rain is my favorite. But the kind of shit you serve while trying to collect life insurance. Yeah, let me go ahead and use this rubber scoop to get 1 bite of salad. Scrape it off your iPhone, dude. This is almost as bad as the kind of gourmet experiences where they like put it in your hands, where like dessert is like 1 spoonful of mousse just on the palm of your hand and they're like, lick it. Get out of my fucking face, dude. Your prices aren't worth it and your pretentious ass can come fight me in the parking lot. I do not give a shit. One day I'll be partnered with GamerSubs. It took me a lot of like bothering the shit out of people. Oh no, what is this? Popsicle burger ice cream sandwich. Also, hold on. Oh my God, he's recording it right here on this iPhone. Good looking bun though. I will give him that. Okay, I don't know what that is. I see 2 buckets of different kinds of Nutella here. Jesus, dude. Hold on. Oh God, he's putting a Magnum ice cream on there. What are you people doing here? Fucking this man is very attractive. I will give him that. This poor guy waiting for this. Very attractive. But these people here are wasting their goddamn time. This is the dude slapping packaged shit on packaged shit on packaged shit. And I bet they're playing a fucking premium, paying a fucking premium for this shit. Like that's literally just a Magnum bar that he's slapping on a bun. What are you doing? Oh, okay, you're cutting it. I guess. Feels like somebody who's misunderstood what an ice cream sandwich is. You better not leave any on that fucking stick. Throw that away. I'm gonna fucking, I swear to God, you better scrape that shit off. Good. Good. If he didn't scrape that shit off, I would have been ready to fucking fight him, dude. Also, just breaking apart an ice cream sandwich on the counter. Taking your little, what the fuck are you doing? There's a mini bun on top of the main bun. Isn't that great, guys? Fucking stupid. This dude doesn't even look excited to get this. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. It's not even carbs. It's sugar on sugar on sugar on carbs. That's all. Oh, Jesus. Pizza omelet. Okay, that's not the worst. That's not the worst. That's not too bad, pretentious shitty shelf. I've deconstructed the Magnum bar. We've deconstructed the Magnum bar for this lovely little dessert treat that we've prepared for you tonight. The real burger I bought tonight. Oh, those are 2 whole fucking buns. These people didn't separate the buns. They just used the whole fucking thing. Gonna have a fucking seizure, dude. I'm gonna have a fucking seizure. It's whole bun burger. Definitely bottled fucking mustard. Grocery store lettuce. Whole bun. Where did this poor man go? Those are freezer fries. Oh my god, dude. If I went to a restaurant and this, because this is very obviously store-bought buns, freezer burger patty, store mustard, shitty grocery store lettuce, a whole nother bun with a fucking Kraft single on top of it. Almost certain that that is like fry sauce, but I bet it's the fucking like Heinz fry sauce. Mayo chip. It's basically just mayo chip. Or in some places, this fry sauce. And then those are freezer fries. Those are the biggest, cheapest French fries you can buy at a grocery store in the freezer section. I'd say they got their money's worth under $4. Krabby Patty looking ass. Kind of. Kind of. I hate it. I hate it so much. Like this shit, it looks like a freezer burger. Let me see real quick. Like this, like something like this Food Lion. Almost. Or... oh, I can't remember the name of the brand. Could be this. Could be these thins. Regardless. It does not look appetizing. Remind me to never make these again. Never fill a sausage with cheese. Sir, did you ever consider putting tinfoil underneath them? Remember, chat, putting tinfoil under food can save you on having to have messy cleanups. Especially when you're trying to melt cheese in the oven. Vegetarian sweet and sour pork. Huh. Huh. I would expect it to say tofu if it wasn't pork, and this doesn't look like tofu. This looks like crispy pork, like battered and fried pork tossed in a sweet and sour sauce. Porkins. Oh no. Yeah, it saves me a ton of time. Grins? Grins? You should not put tinfoil in a microwave. Please tell me you're not putting tinfoil in a microwave. Please tell me that was a joke. Please, I'm begging you. You will burn your house down if you do that. Do not tell chat that using tinfoil in a microwave is the way to do it. But I like the light show? No! All right, what do we got here? Engine oil burger. Oh, no. Oh, hand. Okay, just hand to break the egg. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, please don't actually be engine oil. I think the oil is just old, so obviously it's probably just going to taste like fucking char. Just fucking hands it. Okay. I can't tell if that was pistachio he threw on top or something else. Oh, I don't like this. I don't... dude. Scrapes his hands. Oh, just slaps it into the mound of raw meat that's over there. Oh. Oh. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. What the fuck is this? Cheez-It pizza as if Totino's wasn't bad enough. Yeah, that looks like a Totino's almost. Like, wasn't there a... Oh, it was Taco Bell. Taco Bell had like the Cheez-It Crunch Wrap. Chat, you remember that, right? Y'all remember the Cheez-It Crunch Wrap? You can't eat motor oil, you fucking idiot. I don't think it's actually motor oil. I think it's just the person who posted calling the darkest shit oil motor oil. Usually your cooking oil shouldn't look like that. If your oil looks like that, you probably should have changed it like a week ago, if not longer. Sounded interesting. I tried it. There was nothing special about it. Plus, if you were like me and you drive like a few minutes from where your Taco Bell is to home, that Cheez-It gets so soggy inside, it's no longer crispy. So you just kind of get like that weird, like kind of cheesy Cheez-It kind of taste mixed into your Crunch Wrap of something I sought to repress. It wasn't that long ago. It was like less than 2 years ago, wasn't it? Who remembers the Taco Bell crispy chicken chalupa? Let me see. Chalupa. Yeah, not this. Not this. This monstrosity where the chalupa shell was fried chicken. Oh, good lord. Oh, there's also this one. The one that's just encrusted in cheddar cheese. The chalupa, I think to this day, is honestly Taco Bell's greatest invention. Even though if you go to any other authentic Mexican place and you ask, get a chalupa, you'll get basically what's a tostada. Thank you for self-care. Again, self-care brought to you by Gamer Steps. Use code Dark Carnival. It helps support the show. Oh shit, I splashed a little bit and it got on my glasses. All right, hold on. I can't see shit. Tasty monstrosity like the double down. I agree. Hi, Ordain. All right. You know, I said my glass and I realized we need to have our glasses for this. We're sleuthing here. The steps are rebilling. Are what? Are rebilling. But let's see. Is there any other kind that like I've forgotten about? Fried chicken chalupa. Oh, this one. I actually do remember this. See, it's fucking... Oh, 5 minutes till commercial break. Okay. I remember this one. It's basically just a slab of cheese deep fried and then bent for the chalupa. I had it like once just out of sheer curiosity, and that shell was gnarly. Gnarly, I say. All right. This feels like a man who was told that sushi is raw, and he's like, I ain't eating no raw food. And so he like boiled it, even though this is definitely like a California roll and has no meat in it. That is all veggies, sir. That is all veggies. I see cucumber, I see avocado, and that's pretty much it. There's something yellowish in there, but I think that's part of the cucumber that's turned yellow after being heated. And then he obviously squeezes the liquid out and then puts it on a plate. That also looks like there's like fried chicken back there. Sushient. It's sushient. His own tears upon the idea of eating food raw. Just fucking old white man things. With one of my best friends, best thing we did was fry up chalupa shell flat, then put cinnamon. Ooh. The thing is, like here, Taco Bell, Taco Bell chalupa. is fucking awesome. Okay, this is Binging with Babish, if I remember correctly, when he made his own chalupa. Like, it's supposed to look like this, or well, like this. Crispy, puffy, delicious. But like 90% of the time when I go to a Taco Bell, they don't fucking fry the shell. You get the raw doughy shell most of the time. So it's always been like really hit or miss with me. Hey yo, double decker? Double decker anyone? All right. Probably doesn't eat vegetables raw or otherwise. Coward. All right, what is this? Just want someone to make fried paper? Okay, no. What the fuck is this? Update on this nightmare. Neither Howie's or DoorDash will refund me. What? That's a nothing pizza with stuffed crust. Who the shit made this? What do you mean they won't refund me? Hold the sauce, hold the cheese, just give me the bread, dude. Almost burnt to a crisp. Like, that shit looked like a fucking cracker, my guy. That's not, yeah, it's not even none pizza left beef. It's none pizza stuffed crust. And it looks like they fucking marked it, like they marked on the website. It's not extra crispy. What do they say? Like overdone? Dark? I don't know. Each pizza place is different, but sometimes you could ask them to like cook it a little bit longer. Yes. True move. Fantastic berry. Iced latte with Sue Storm's milk. Why did you say it like that? Why the fuck did you say it like that? Order shit like that. I never understood why. What, the nun pizzas? People order nun pizzas? Hold on, I gotta clean my glasses again. I think that drop of gamer subs turned into a smudge instead of getting wiped away. Lucas Skywalker approved? Shut up! At a pizza place, like, fuck this. I don't have time for your shit. Microwave. I microwave and eat my shrimp shells. I can't highlight it. Okay. Eating your shrimp shells is not that weird in most places. Microwaving them and then eating them after you peeled them off a shrimp is weird as fuck, dude. Just fucking eat them while you're eating the shrimp. Egg salad. We deconstructed an egg salad and decided to prepare it for sale in our deli section. It's deconstructed, yeah. Just buy the eggs like this, go over to the next aisle, pick up the mayonnaise, the like cilantro or whatever you like to put in your egg salad. Be even funnier if it had like a bottle of ranch next to it because somebody completely misunderstood what an egg salad was. Shrimp flavored plastic. At that point, pretty fucking much. All right, we're also about to have words on stream time, chats. Or do you want fishing? Hold on. Hide my shame, hide my shame. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I totally didn't do something. Fishing, stare, fishing, question mark, fishing, question mark. Just doing that because they don't have boiled egg label. Wasn't it? The thing is, this is printed here. If you've never seen how this works, it's literally just a printer that prints it onto a sticker. They type in what it says. They can make the label whatever they want. The prices are typically on these are typed in based on weight. You weigh the item and then it's equal to a certain amount. This is I think Walmart tag. I'm pretty sure this is a Walmart tag. All right, chat. But I'm gonna take the puppo out. So I'll be back in a minute. Do not set anything on fire. Do not burn anything down. Except Ordain. But I would ask that y'all actually attempt to restrain Ordain while I take Coco out. Have fun, kids. Y'all missed it. She literally just pouted at me. Oh, she's my baby. Hi, baby. Okay. I'm sorry. I feel bad that I was muted for that and y'all totally didn't get to hear it before I even stood up. Okay, dokie. I'm sorry that took so long, y'all. I took Coco out, and then I was like, I want some. I'm hungry. I want some peanut butter. So I had a couple spoons of peanut butter, and then the container was a little greasy because it's fresh ground peanut butter. So I had to wash my hands, and then I smelled something, and I turned around. It was the trash can, and I was like, oh, time to take the trash out. She's back, scatter. No, I just got here. I just got here. Okay. We will finish this level and then we can get back to stupid foods. We'll probably actually watch some more Chef's Club today. I think intentionally. God, intentional Chef's Club. Maybe we'll look and see what their most popular stuff is. I think that's what we'll do. Nutella, what's that spell? Peanut butter. Listen, peanut butter is the ultimate spread. I don't care what anybody says. I'll put that shit on anything. I've had a peanut butter burger before. I didn't put it on there. The place did it. And since then, it's been every time I've had a burger, I've been like, Based. Peanut butter on crumpets. Hell yeah, dude. I was always prone to also when we'd make like biscuits, I would make what is essentially a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on a biscuit. So I'd put like the jam inside and they'd be like, adding peanut butter. Yeah. All right. Top breakfast. Top men. All right. 4 pounds of pepper. Oh, okay. I think we've seen this one. Is this? Oh, that's triple layer pizza dough. Vodka sauce? Weirdly pink vodka sauce that I don't like. Oh God, stop putting ricotta on pizza. It doesn't melt. And that's just straight pepperoni. What the fuck does that accomplish? Save the pepperoni oil for later? Oh. Oh. Oh no. But again, I will never understand why so many fucking pizza places do loose toppings. Put some cheese on top. For the love of God. I don't want to pick up my pizza slice and have literally every single topping fall into my lap. Jesus, guys. Even at pizza slice places, they don't do that. It's just a little bit of cheese. It's under the sauce. That's not the situation. That is not this situation. This is way too much pepperoni too. Even if you ate one slice, I think that's ranch. I want to say that that's ranch that he mixed with pepperoni oil. I'm gonna live with that assumption. Don't want to lose toppings. Adds glue. No, what the fuck? Great lunch for a hot day. A half of fucking pickle, ham, some cheese, and some more ham. What's wrong, dear? You haven't touched your Pickwitch. Oh my God, why are you like... Did Megalodons not exist? No, they do exist. What are you on about? Megalodons did exist. They don't currently exist. Are you talking about my, what I said about Shark Week? I sometimes use peanut butter as butter with my Huggelslag. No, listen, that's chocolate and peanut butter. You've nailed it. You've already nailed it, Ordain. You're winning, okay? You are perfect. It's great. That sounds awesome. They extinct. Yes, they're extinct. But at one point, the Discovery Channel aired a special. If y'all didn't know this, let me see if I can find it. Discovery Megalodon. This was played during Shark Week. And some of these are like some of the animations, the pictures and stuff that they used. And you'll notice here. Oh, where did it go? Doesn't have the same thing anymore. Hold on. It doesn't say it anymore. Here, when I search this, let's go. Why is it now like a different search? Regardless, it showed it a second ago. It was like 2013 film. And that's exactly what it is. It was a movie that they pretended to be a documentary. They pretended the whole thing, Megalodon, the monster shark lives. It was a movie that only at the end, for about 6 seconds, are they like, this is a movie, guys. You shouldn't believe this. But what's worse is they use actual names of famous biologists and just had actors play them. They used actual names. They had like what seemed to be like real interviews, like on talk shows and stuff with the biologist, like explaining the stuff that he saw. Oh, good Lord. Jesus. But yeah, it was like this whale picture was like one of the things that they claimed was like one of the pieces of evidence, except I can even tell those aren't real organs. Those organs are, looks terrible. It's very obviously CGI. They were like, no other animal could take a bite out of a whale like this than a megalodon. It's CGI. People actually believed it. I wish I was joking. People believed that the megalodon still existed because they did a poll before and after this documentary aired. And they went from 30% people believing the megalodon was real to 70% of their viewers thinking the megalodon still existed. Oh, where are the bite marks? Here, hold on. It's these like little splits. These big splits over here are what they said were like the sort of bite marks. But nonsense. It's nonsense. Sharks do actually, when whales die and they bloat with gas and they float to the top, they very often get fed on by like sharks and stuff until typically one of the predators punctures wherever the gas is stored, and then it pops and the whale sinks and it becomes a whale fall, where it is like the most bioactive spot in the deep ocean for like 100 years, 100 plus years. If y'all want to understand how like cold and slow processing the deep ocean is, there are whale falls that like are over hundreds of years old that were discovered decades ago and were dated back, like I think the oldest one is like 212 or something like that, and it still isn't completely digested by the environment. They believe there was an actual alien invasion taking place during the public radio broadcast of War of the Worlds. True. Hold on, what's the other one? Oh, ancient aliens. Ugh. Listen, I will give this man credit. He has an iconic look. But Jesus H. Christ, you cannot make a claim like this and watch this show without it being straight up racism. If you've ever watched this show, how many of you remember the locations that they went to? At 3 a.m., they aired it all the time. You did not have to wait till 3 a.m. to see it. Egypt, Central America, South America, the Middle East. Those were all locations that they went to in Ancient Aliens. Do you want to know what all of those have in common? Actually, hold on. I want to see something really quick. Let's see. If we go here, can we find like all of the episode names? Alien Con game? Episodes. Oh, there's no name? Oh, man. Oh, okay, here we go. Chariots, Gods, and Beyond, the evidence, the visitors, the mission, the closer encounters, the return. The return. I was gonna say, what do all of those locations have in common, chat? What What is it with the people that live in those locations that would have these weird guys going there and being like, yeah, these massive monuments were definitely made by aliens and we can prove it. No, the commonality here is not aliens brown. The answer is brown, yes. All of these people were brown. Why the Jewish space laser again? No, Fairbanks, turn off the space laser, please. So I wanted to see if these were named in any ways that I could distinguish, like where they were. I honestly would have preferred that. Because like, oh, Jesus Christ. Season 3, Aliens in the Old West, Aliens and Monsters, Aliens in Sacred Places, Aliens in Temples of Gold, Aliens in Mysterious Rituals, Aliens and Ancient Engineers, Alien Plagues and Epidemics, Aliens in Lost Worlds, Aliens in Deadly Weapons, Aliens in Evil Places, Aliens in the Founding Fathers, Aliens in Deadly Cults, Aliens in Secret Code, Aliens in the Undead, Aliens, Gods and Heroes, Aliens in the Creation of Man. No. Please, Fairbanks, I'll get you pizza when I have money. Speaking of which, chat, if you ever want voice commissions from me, wink, wink. I can kind of wink. I can kind of wink with this model. Okay, hold on. We're just in these other ones. The Mayan conspiracy, the Doomsday prophecies, the Greys. Oh boy. The NASA connection, the mystery of Pumapunku. Pumapunku. Ooh, the non-mystery of Pumapunku and Tawanaku. What are you? Where are you? Wait, is this Turkey? No, Bolivia. Okay. La Paz, Bolivia. Oh, no, I don't want videos. I want images. Oh. Okay, you want to place bets that they talked about why they look like H's? I bet they were saying some shit about why they were shaped like H's. Very cool. Very cool. Oh my goodness. What's the... I wonder if anybody remembers it. There's Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, and there's another one that was recently excavated that's actually still occupied by people. And I'm trying to remember what it was called. It's near Göbekli Tepe. Oh, but Jesus, what is it? Let me see if I can remember how to spell Göbek. Oh, shit. Not even close. Göbekli Tepe. Yeah! Look at this, chat. Look at the earliest fucking remains of humanity. The earliest archaeological find we have. Hi, Wizard of the Wiener. Are you swinging your wiener around to cast spells? Is that what this is? Does that mean you can come hang out? At some point, if I had money, I would have come to hang out a lot more. It's on the website. You have to go to website, which I think is it? It's not socials, is it? Okay, it is. That's my website. The prices are on there, but the prices are negotiable. They are not set in stone. So if you have an idea and you want voice commissions, just let me know and we can work something out. If you want alerts or anything, they're probably only going to be like $10 a pop at most, probably 10 or 15. Kind of depends on how long you want it. This is in Turkey. Göbekli Tepe is in Turkey. Turkey. Here. Oh, that's not a very good. Jesus. 182 by 277. I need a better picture. This is the Vulture Stone. But I wanted to find... Wow. Come on, guys. Higher quality pictures. Higher quality pictures, please. Now, the thing that's interesting about places like Göbekli Tepe and a lot of the other very early renditions of civilization in Turkey, Göbekli Tepe is on top of a hill. Let me see if I can find maps. It has a cover over it now, so yeah, you can't really see. But here's where Göbekli Tepe is. There's also like orchards and stuff around to help erosion. But if you zoom out, it's in the steppes of Turkey. It has one hell of a view. But these two pavilions are two different excavation sites And if you go and visit here, if you go and visit and you're standing on top of this hill and you look down the hill, you can actually see the tops of what are called T-stones, kind of like this one on the left that's currently being like held together by wire, or these others that are around the edges. There's more. There's more of these sites because seemingly the way that they've like excavated and found is based on the history that they have dated on the stones and stuff. They would essentially build these sites. They would dig up these sites, put the stones in after like carving them up and everything, use them for whatever they needed, and then bury them again, and then go build another one. That's fucking nuts. I watched a video recently that was really cool because it was the guy was walking around. It was Milo. And he's like walking around part of the hill, and he just looks down the hill, and you could see like just in this, we'll say like down here in this space, you could see what were like two kind of flat rocks sticking out of the hillside. And he walked up to them, and there were engravings on the top of them, and those are more T-stones. These hills are covered in like sacred sites. And I'm sorry, but that's really fucking cool. Oh, no, I didn't want to close that. I wanted to go back to the image thing. I wanted to go look at some of the other images. Like, this is part of the render of what they probably looked like and how they were built. Now, conspiracy theorists tend to get weird about this place. So they'll say shit like, yeah, the door is pointed at, I think it's Sirius. The star, the like first brightest star in the sky. But then they'll, at the same time, they'll be like, oh, but it's like a few degrees off. That must mean like the planet was different. It doesn't line up right anymore, which doesn't fucking matter. Even though all of these temples point in the direction of the rising sun. So, I mean, what's the best way to light a building? Have it where the sun can beam in. For fun in those days. Also, I got to get back to work. It's too hot today. Y'all got to stop ordering pizza. I'm dying here. Have a good rest. I haven't had pizza in about a week. I haven't had pizza in about a week. I went to a slice place, though. So, oh, here's another good one. This is one of the T-pillars inside the observation place. This is a picture taken before they built the pavilions over them. This is a person. There's two pillars here. There's one to this one's left, too. Those are his fingers. Here, let me see if I can get a bigger picture here. Those are his fingers. The arms come down the side of the pillar and the fingers wrap around the front. This is a belt with a loincloth. And unfortunately, for some reason in the sites here, a lot of the human depictions don't have heads. Like, seemingly intentionally don't have heads. Donate today so Bear can get pizza. I don't really want pizza today. I want Thai curry. But yeah, Göbekli Tepe is really cool. Seeing like some of the ancient stuff in Turkey is so fucking fascinating. Like, here's a fox on one of the stones in Göbekli Tepe. I wanted to show y'all the jaguar stone. Jaguar. Here it is. So there's another pillar inside Göbekli Tepe that actually has a 3D relief. Oh, here's a zoomed out version. See, it's another one of the T structures. That's really fucking cool, dude. There's also, again, I can't remember the name of the other location, but in it, there's a depiction of what seems to be a priest wearing dotted jaguar robes. Too bad Carnival only for sushi left. No. Mini Miniman, that's who got me into it. He does tons of videos calling out the pseudoscience, fake archaeology. Yes, I agree. I agree heavily. I've also been like roughly inspired. Oh, here's the vulture stone again. Although they're more like cranes. I think they're called vulture stones on occasion. But let me see here. Can I get the big picture? Oh, it's not great. So, scorpion towards the bottom, cranes, a vulture, and then what seems to be fields, what seems to essentially be like grass fields of some kind. Because back when they lived here, this area was less steppe-like. It was still hilly and steppe-like, but it had marshes. It had marshes and swamps around it. So cranes were very common in the area. And, well, conspiracy theorists tend to think that this is like an apocalypse omen, thinking that like this little circle that it looks like the vulture is holding is like a meteor or an asteroid, because for some reason they have an obsession with a meteoric apocalypse in the past. It's more than likely a calendar. It's more than likely a drawing they did depicting a period of like robust growth that happens when the cranes come back. Gonna be back on yet another history kick. I'm gonna end up going from art teacher to history teacher at this rate. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Calling out the fake pseudoscience. That's what I was considering doing TikTok stuff, but I do marine biology. I would essentially just debunk people's shit on marine biology nonsense. And I thought it would be fun because I do like kind of bitching about that stuff. And it's pretty decent, like short form content type things. I probably wouldn't even make a new channel. I would just go do it on TikTok and then maybe make like YouTube shorts. I wish I could remember the other location. Something Haran? Here, if I do Gobekli Tepe and Karana Tepe, that's it. Karahan Tepe. This, hey, say hi to the penis room, chat. All right, chat, ready to get your foreskin cut off in the penis room? Fan-fucking-tastic, dude. Fan-fucking-tastic. Was actually a JoJo. I do have a degree in marine biology. Also garbage at times. Yes, shorts are garbage. But Karahan Tepe is ancient beyond belief, but also still lived in. Very much still lived in. Not like in these particular facilities. There's ancient buildings and stuff still around that like the locals and stuff use. I'm also trying to remember the Temple of the Hills of 1,000 Graves or something like that. Like, look at the size of this. Fantastic. Also, here's the Jaguar statue. Here's one of the Jaguar statues from Karahan Tepe that's in a museum. Hi, oh my God, Biddles! Biddles, how was your stream? Look at that big boy rock. He do be a big boy rock. Welcome in, chat. You have wandered into the penis room. Welcome to the penis room. There is no escape. But those of you from Biddles who don't know me, my name is Mar, and I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or whatever random nonsense I wish to teach people about at this point. With knowledge that dolphins are actually whales. Wait, please tell me they know that dolphins are more like whales than anything else. Please tell me they don't think they're fish. Please, I'm begging you, tell me they don't think they're fish. And Marin said no prawn on stream. It's fine, it's just a penis room. Completely educational penis room. Welcome in, I hope you had a good stream. Biddles, you were contrast. What is that? What is contrast? Mammals? Yes, they are mammals. I have met people though that think dolphins are fish. And they think whales are fish. Because they have the understanding of what a fish is from fucking first grade. They live in the water. They have little flippers. That must mean they're fish. Yep, they're closer to pigs than they are than whales? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know the evolutionary line of dolphins. Like I know the evolutionary line of whales. You are a fish. You are a fish. You're a fucking fish. I'm like, fish, fish, fish. There's sea pigs. Oh my God. I mean, if I remember correctly, there is actually sea pig. Yeah, look at him. Look at that little sea pig. Deep sea little like kind of sea cucumber. He's such a handsome man. He's just a little man doing things. He's such a simple little organism. Everything evolves to crab. Ah, yes. Carcinization. Carcinization, baby. Nature's tendency to just make crabs.
There's our man. There's our boy.
Crab cycle. There's only one step. It is crab. Now, if you excuse me, I am going to go put this in a Discord. Discord. Boop. Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Crab and go round? No, Marin go crab. Obviously, it's Marin go crab. Don't you know? Is this Metallica? Oh my god. Can you play Thunderstruck? All right. What's funny is this turned into looking at like archaeology and stuff because we joked about the shark thing, the fake like megalodon thing, while we were talking about stupid foods, and then we went to ancient aliens, and then I got distracted and we started talking about archaeological sites, talking about fake places. Can we play Stairway? Stairway to Heaven can burn. No. Marin will soon crab too. I mean, we aren't aiming for a next summer to have a summer release, although I haven't even invested in the design yet because I don't have the money for it because we're still working on the move. Shit. You know, as you do, correct. Okay, what the fuck is this song? No! There we go. Can we play an Uma Musume song? No, because I don't know what the Uma Musume songs sound like, and I don't much care for idol songs. Alien breeders! Okay. The Tesla experiment. Aliens and superheroes. I'm gonna have a fucking seizure, dude. Marin go crab and sheep go round. Any other animal-esque Marins we have sounds pretty furry to me. What? How fucking dare you? Marin go bunwee? Not the bunwee. No, that's Zoa's thing. Zoa's the bunwee. It's too long, Lucian. It's too long. A bunch of tools ruined it. Oh, God. Decoding the cosmic egg? The mysterious 9? Okay, hold on. Do I even want to know? 2013, former Canadian Minister of Defense Paul Hellyer made a shocking claim that there was a federation of extraterrestrial beings monitoring and guiding humanity. But why would such an esteemed politician make such a controversial announcement? Ancient astronaut theorist believe evidence can be found throughout history to prove this claim is true. Stories of emperors, kings, and pharaohs consulting a pantheon of 9 gods can be found in virtually every culture across the globe. You could turn any polytheistic religion and claim just like, yeah, these 9 are the important ones. Huh? Beyond Roswell, even though we know Roswell was a fucking weather balloon, it was a weather balloon for testing the atmospheric conditions of detonating nuclear bombs. In case you didn't know that, chat, the Roswell incident was fucking a weather balloon. And they swooped in and cleaned it up so fast so that they could get the nuclear radiation data after they were doing bomb tests. And because people didn't actually find anything where it landed or crashed, the US government just let people think it was aliens or a UFO or a spaceship, just kind of let them run wild. Oh my God. Shiva the Destroyer. I guarantee you this entire episode is probably about them saying Shiva the Destroyer is an alien warlord that is going to come back at some point. You didn't know that, Fairbanks? Yeah. Yeah, it was the US government letting the US citizens do their cover up for them. A spaceship made of stone. The alien. Hey, look. Return to Gobekli Tepe. Okay, hold on. I want to see what they talk about in this one. I want to know what they talk about in this one. Ancient site of Gobekli Tepe challenges everything modern archaeologists believe about mankind's past. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not even a little bit. All it does is give us a new look further into the past, to the earliest points of when humans were gathering in like a mix of hunter-gatherer and agricultural society. Popular Netflix series Inside Job? Inside Job? I think that's the only one, though, that has Area 52. Oh, no. Earth Station Egypt? The artificial human? Return to Mars? What do you mean return to Mars? The star gods of Sirius. There's your mention of Sirius too, by the way. They came from the sea. I bet that's Atlantis. Secrets of the Maya. Instead of Mayan, it's Maya. But what about Outside Job? But Mountain, it's the History Channel. Why would they lie to me for views? For views, they want your views. They don't care what's true. The transdimensionals? Damn, I can't believe they transdimensioned my chat. How could they? The nuclear agenda. The secrets of Stonehenge. Do you want to know the secrets of Stonehenge? It's a druid circle. There you go. It's a druid circle. That's all you needed to know. Humans have been pushing and moving stone since the dawn of fucking time. The mystery of Nan Madal? Non Madal? Micronesia. Okay. Of the Settler dynasty until 1628, constructed lagoon consists of a series of small artificial islands linked by a network of canals. Site core with its stone walls encloses an area approximately less than a mile. 92 artificial islets, stone and coral fill platforms bordered by tidal canals. Fucking awesome. Fucking the Venice of the Pacific. Fantastic. Do we get... Oh, here's like a map. Okay, that's actually really fucking cool. That's really cool. The layers. The basalt columns. Wow. Breaking news, important announcement of the highest magnitude. What is it, Fairbanks? What is it? What did you do? What happened? Big news? Big news? And then here's like one of the ruins. God, dude. God. The amount of times people leave locations and are just willing to let them like rot and fall apart. That just seems to be a thing. I sent it to you. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. What have you sent me? Oh my God. It's the Void. It's Himpst. It's the Void. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. Ooh. Booty. Oh my God, that is so fast. All right, chat, we're gonna have a new emote at the end of stream. Well, for Discord. Big booty news, big booty news. Expand into the abandoned land, rebuild new Dark Carnival mini sites. We can't do that. Those are cultural sites. You can't do that. Like, it's unfortunate. I would have very much loved to have seen like these places in their prime, or hell, even like restored to some degree. Like, that would be magnificent. Just, frankly, I wish we would try to restore, like, maybe more historical sites. What's another one? El Moro? New Mexico. Yes, the Bluff. Images. El Moro. Does anybody know anything about El Moro? Out of curiosity. Also, here's part of the New Mexico National Monuments. Ironically, I want a newscast called Big Study. I wonder if where's the map? I need a sky view of the El Moro complex on top. Like, you can see this part. This is the excavated part. But there's no sky view. Oh, son of a bitch. I can't find it anywhere. But El Moro is like a beautiful example. So El Moro is essentially a massive white bluff made out of two different kinds of sandstone. It's basically an anomaly among many of its like closer plateaus and mesas around it because of how bright and white it is in the sun. But inside of it is a pool. It has a Spanish name. I can't remember what it is. It has a 12-foot deep pool where the water runs off the cliffs above it and pools there. in modern day, and likely back when like the Spaniards were still scouring the place, this was the only water for 50 miles. I'm keeping that name for a D&D NPC. What, El Moro? El Moro just means the bluff. When do cultural sites expire? Never. Never. But yeah, it's basically what you can't see here is, let me actually double check. Let's see, how big is this picture? Not big enough. But if I scroll down here, because I saw some like this. On the walls of the El Moro Bluff is essentially a history book of all the people that have been here. And I don't mean just like there's Native Americans, there's Mayan script scrawled on the wall, there's Spaniard names and such scrawled on the wall. Ramon. There's excavators from during the Manifest Destiny period of the United States. There's the names of, here's more. Let me see if I can wall. I want to find one of the American examples. Oh, here, this will do. W.H. Bradley, Weymouth, April 7th, 1870. Now, there's tons of names all up and down these entire walls. Right here, UPR, ISC UPR, Union Pacific Railroad. At one point, the Union Pacific Railroad was planning on actually making a station here at El Moro. And it would basically just cut through the desert. They ended up changing their mind, and like the actual railroad is like 25 miles north, I think is what it is. So make everything a cultural site. No more land for the big corpse. Correct. Correct. But yeah, this is, you can see that some of these have like dark etchings on them. That's because one of the earliest versions of preservation of some of these markings that they tried was rubbing graphite into it. But they found out that that was essentially causing even more erosion, so they stopped doing it. Inscriptions. That's what I should put in. Inscriptions. So like Gilmore Breckenridge. It's very interesting too, because they were able to figure out some of the materials that people used over time. Those are goats. Goats etched into the wall. So it ranges from things like the Spaniards using bayonets to etch their stuff into the wall, like so, to Americans using like hammers and chisels to etch their things into the wall. This one's black because that's one of the inscriptions that had graphite rubbed into it. Illuminati? Oh my god. But I want to see, can I get a sky view? Because I want a sky view of this so I can show y'all how much area isn't excavated. Because these close-up pictures, the excavated part does not do it justice, like even a little bit. Okay, maybe if I put in Atsina Pueblo. El Moro Valley. Oh, here's one of the sacred rooms. So essentially, this is a massive pueblo. This does not do it justice because this is only like a couple, like maybe a dozen, if not a little more rooms. Supposedly, after using ground scanning and stuff, they were able to determine that this pueblo is upwards of 300 rooms. But I wanted to find the picture. Oh, I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Ariel? Okay, this doesn't do it full justice, but this may have to do. I'm so upset nobody has uploaded a picture. But God damn it. God damn it, dude. Upsetting. Upsetting spaghetti. Okay, this will have to do. So you see these, like, what looks like a soft edge here? These tracks. These are tracks, but this is also the outer edge of the outer wall This is actually a much earlier excavation because there's actually more that's been revealed from here. But this whole raised area is the Pueblo. And it actually goes further. I wish I could show you with the whole like outer edge of it where the outer walls are. But I can't quite find. Somebody needs to email Milo and tell him he needs to upload the images that he took with his drone. Just fucking everywhere. Just absolutely inundate locations with it. Put it on Wikipedia. Because he took an amazing view. I don't think this is going to load properly. This is like a whole aerial view of the whole El Moro Plateau Mesa. Kurt Bellows, thank you for doing your season pass. All right, chat. Have we had Katsina? I don't think Katsina is the right word. Ooh. Yeah, but that's Puerto Rico. That's, again, El Moro. El Moro is a name that's used for a lot of places. Again, because it's just the bluff. The bluff. All right. Anything else? I think, do we want to get back to stupid foods, chat? We call the helicopter bear and go faster. How much faster are helicopters than flying? Regular flying? Resurrecting Puma Puku? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. Top 10, the last season of this year is just all top 10s. Seriously. The glowing orb phenomenon. Do you want to bet that's just talking about like ball lightning? Marin goes swash. Swash, 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 swash. All right. All right. Are we ready? Welcome back to the Pickwitch. Anything else? No, you're Baird go round. You go round. The helicopter is Baird go faster because the archives actual liftoff. Archives achieves actual liftoff. Okay. Oh. Chimichurri dog? Okay, this isn't that stupid. I mean, you could kind of just put whatever you want with a corn dog. I'm not going to call that stupid unless you're like shoving a block of Velveeta cheese in it. What the sweet fucking Jesus is this? Double cheeseburgers with bacon, Dorito rings, tomato sauce. That also looks like jarred tomato sauce. That is the most watered down tomato sauce I've ever fucking seen. Cheese and Russian ham? They couldn't even cut it thin. These are just hunks of ham. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh, it looks like it's dying. Oh, it looks like a mummified remain. Okay. On the Velveeta cheese, because it's disturbing. Charcoal lychee ice cream. Why charcoal? Why charcoal? Who charcoal? When charcoal? I was glad when the trend of putting charcoal in everything died. And even then, I am still flabbergasted. I'll give you better question. Okay, what the fuck is this? Poached pear with cottage cheese. Why? E153? E153? Steals from a cheesemaker? You can keep that cheese. Chicken sashimi. Okay, this isn't too weird. This is the thing in Japan. I don't remember which... what is it? I almost said precinct. It's not precinct. Prefecture? 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 What's the fucking word? It's not state. What's the word they use in Japan for prefecture? Okay, it just felt weird coming out of my mouth. All right, but yeah, there's certain prefectures that do like chicken sashimi. The outside is cooked, the inside is not. And I have seen Chris, the guy that does like abroad in Japan, complain about like the texture and like that it's kind of flavorless. I'd try it. I think. I would at least try it. Because I kind of trust Japan to know what they're doing with raw food. And so I imagine like these hunks of green onions and whatever this orange stuff is. It looks very tiny row almost, but I don't know. Silly American prefectures are for the proud Japanese masses. Now we get counties, states, and in certain places, parishes. Oh, sweet fucking Christ, dude. You know it's gonna be bad when you start off with a bottle of Baby Ray's and a fucking air fryer. Hi, Soup and Pie. Well, yeah, it's flavorless. You didn't cook it. Not necessarily inherent to flavor. Sushi's delicious, and you don't cook that. But welcome in, Soup and Pie. How are you doing? Voivodate? Oh, that's probably where Voivode for like Zemitzi come from in VTM. In office? Why are you putting cheese in my office? Go take it to the kitchen. There's a cheese room in the kitchen. Okay, what fresh hells? Oh, no. Remember, guys, taking barbecue sauce or a bottled sauce and just drowning your raw meat in it does not make a meal. I'd hate to tell you. Yeah, simmer sauces are a fucking thing, but even then, when you use simmer sauces, you cook the fucking meat first. Is this a non-American's impression of American food? No, this is almost certainly rage bait. Go ahead, more barbecue sauce. Kratz, you've made fucking... I don't think this is gonna cook it all the way through. It fucking burned. The sugar rendered out of the barbecue sauce and fucking... Oh, God. Oh. Go on, cut it open. Show us if it's cooked all the way through. No, you're not going to show us? Ah, yes. Excellent. Typical rage bait nonsense. I just wanted a normal sushi roll. Okay, but there's not a premium on this, right? This is still normal sushi price. Listen, I'm not going to complain if it's still normal sushi price. Also, the radishes. I'd eat it. This is totally fine. This is just a weird way to plate things. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Gluttony overload. I'll take one with a side of fries and a Diet Coke. Oh, no. Why? Why? There's already a fried chicken patty in there. It's already as glorious as it gets. Why are you doing this? Oh, what the fuck? It's a hot chicken sandwich, deep fried and dipped in the hot chicken oil again. Fuck you, dude. This adds nothing to the meal. Literally nothing. Of greed the Bible warns us about? I agree. Pizza with mashed potatoes and pickles from Russian Papa John's. Okay, listen. I've had a pretty good mashed potato pizza. There was a local pizza chain when I lived in New England. It was really good. They would like have like a thin layer of mashed potatoes over the top. There was like bacon and chives and stuff in it. It was really good. It was really dense, but it was really good. Oh. Not sure how to feel about this iced coffee. Okay, now how do I drink it? Do I get a straw? Do I need to pick up the ice block? What's the deal? What's the plan? Shifting all over its most treasured export? Huh? Shitting all over its most... Oh, New England pizza? New England pizza is pretty good. Campbell balls. All right, that's fine. That's totally... Ordered a cheese pizza with extra cheese. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's going to pick it up and it's all going to come running off. It's not even cooked underneath. Oh, my God. Their oven's too hot. There's raw cheese falling out. Hi, Impy. I try pickle pizza. I made a joke the other day that I would make a pickle pizza as one of our like food crimes in the future. I'd even do it once we move, and then we could make all three of us fucking suffer in it. Also, here I meant to do this so we can have the full screen thing on this. Okay, it's not even cooked all the way through, my dude. Your crust is all the top is already. Go ahead, pick it up and watch all the. Go ahead, turn it. No, turn it. Look, it's fucking raw, fucking raw. Your oven is too hot. You need to slow the belt down. Fucking Christ. Dude. What the shit is this? Lava cheeseburger. Everything about this is awful. Everything about this is awful. Cheeseburger pizzas are a thing. Oh yeah, cheeseburger pizzas are a thing. Well, pickles usually aren't on them. This, I'm going to call it queso for pity's sake. Is deeply concerning considering the fact that they also decided to put a fucking Kraft single on top of the burger. So that makes me think that this queso was almost certainly either Velveeta or Kraft cheddar. Cheeseburger. And I guess egg rolls on top. These don't look like taquitos. They look like egg rolls. Despite Zeus's best efforts, I've returned. Well, welcome back, Hex. At the moment, I should probably just starve myself. What is that? Oh, he just heated brown sugar. I'd say this was American if I very obviously couldn't tell that this was Spanish or Portuguese. I can't tell for sure. I think it's Spanish because I see leche. Diabetes. Diabetes. This man do just be browning brown sugar for the sake of eating. Disturbing, dude. Fucking disturbing. The Braves created Bless Your Heart Dog for All-Star Week, a deep-fried foot-long hot dog rolled in hot Cheetos and Fruity Pebbles. Maybe baseball was a mistake, dude. Maybe baseball was a fucking mistake. Why are we like this? When you started offering, yes, I do, because I drive, there's a Wendy's in the parking lot of my gym, and I drive past it, and it's called like the Fuego meal or something, I think. Wrap my burger in a pizza, call that a cholesterol. Amazing. I like that. Yeah, here, let me see. Fuego meal. There you go. Everything is awful. Everything is terrible when you're part of this team. Oh my God. 1 ounce Taki chips? That's like 6 fucking chips, dude. Even then, Takis are so fucking hard. There's no way to enjoy them on top of a burger. I hate it. I hate it. Everything about it is awful. Everything is awful. All right, ad break's gonna start in just a second, y'all. So, words on stream time. Words on stream time. And while we do that, I need to go check a motherfucking doohickey. And by doohickey, I mean start saving emotes and shit. Where is it? There we go. Booty. Oh my God. Oh my God. The speed. The speed. Okay. Oogly doogly. Ooh. Oh, thank you, Cabellos, if you're still here. All right. Up. Okay. Up. Oh, no, wait. Oh no, Axia's doing all the carrying again. Chat, no, come back. Come back. How could you? Oh no. Did you spot the unscotched eggs? Unscotched eggs. Oh, did you send me unscotched eggs? Okay, hold on. No? No? I do not see the unscotched eggs. Oh my god. Pacing. 1 minute. All right, we'll do another one. If you want to send me a picture, I can pull them up. If you send me a picture, I can pull them up on stream. No problemo. I don't know any more words. Damn, I don't know words no more. Dongle? Oh, dongle's not a word. Ooh. I was gonna say geode, but no, that wouldn't work. Diego. Oh, wait, there's... No, that's not gonna work. Oh, I was gonna say Diego, but no. Golden. Longer. No. I think R. Yeah, R is fake. R is not real. R is not a word. Longed. Longed. Longed, as it were. Okay. Oh, no, it is not r/stupid foods. Oh, that opened the wrong one. All right, hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, what fresh hell is this? Sorry, this post has been removed by moderators of r/stupid foods. I've been robbed. I've been robbed. It doesn't exist anymore, Kerbelos. It doesn't exist anymore. Dongle is the word. I do agree. It is the word, but it's not a word for this. It is not a word for this. I know what a dongle is. How dare you assume that I do not know what a dongle is? I was just saying it's not a word for this game. Oh no. Oh no, last second? Last second win? No, it's not enough. It's not enough. No. 2 points off. No. All right. All right. Let's get back to this nightmare fuel. Oh god. 3 a.m. hood snack sugar witch. Oh no. That's a fucking bun, my dude. Oh, is that it? You don't even stick it in like the toaster oven to like try and melt the sugar a little bit? Had no clutch left over this round? No. It was basically a scotched egg, but whoever made it replaced the mincemeat with an entire... Oh, I've seen that one. I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen that one. I hate that. I hate that so much. Melt the sugar? Are you mad? What do you mean? Domino's donut. Delivered product pick. Website pick. Cucumber comparison pick. Okay, product. This is what they got. Why is there a condom on that cucumber? Care to explain why there's a condom on that cucumber? Extremely robbed. It looks like it like deflated. I didn't know Domino's had this. When did Domino's start having a giant sprinkle donut? It looks like cheese. I hate that it looks like shitty cheese. as opposed to this. Come done uncooked donut? Yeah. No good food starts with hot dogs. Okay, how to basic. Now what? Oh, that's it? That's what? That's it? Nothing else? Okay, that's fucking fighting food. Also, why did you get that shitty mustard? I see your Heinz mustard that came out of one of those giant yellow dispensers. College food courts? This is what your college is trying to feed you? That shit's fighting words, my dude. Okay, ribs, whole ass fettuccine Alfredo, Parmesan, bacon. What's going in the other side? Chips. Huh. Brisket. Oh no, that's rib meat. That's more rib meat. Oh, it's tender though. It do be tender. God damn, sir. Like, I guess this is kind of fine for sharing. But that is also a nightmare and a half to carry. Jesus, that's a whole fucking cutting board. All right, video's gone there. I like the aftertaste of this soap. How many of y'all had parents that told you if you swore in front of them, they would make you eat soap? This is confession time. Marin Ramsey with all these food reviews. Listen, Beef, I like talking about food. I like food. Food is what makes life worth living. Okay? Okay? That is the food coma right there. Never. My parents would tell me that all the time. And when I was a kid, when I was like 5 or 6, I got curious and decided to take a bite out of the soap that I always use. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I know, my parents never made me eat like a bar of soap or anything. I was just so curious. It's like, how bad could a bar of soap be? It's so bad. It's so bad. I didn't like swallow it. I like took a bite and like didn't even chew it. Gotta eat the liquid soap? No. Want it, need it, cheese it. Ice cream, cheese it, milkshake. Okay, Cheez-It needs to get off their fucking high horse. I do not know who is running Cheez-It's like marketing department anymore, but they need to slow their goddamn roll and or get off the drugs. Would you use soap as a punishment? Didn't help me learn anything, just made me more resilient to it. Grommet, get the cheese. Backup of these. Wait, with a couple of those washing machine thingies people were eating back in the day. Oh, Tide Pods. Tide Pods, that's what you're talking about. How it would clean the inside if you don't drink it. That's what water's for. There's a small portion. Why do we have deer antlers? Native Wapiti. Oh my God, it's hidden on the fucking antler. That is the dumbest fucking shit I have ever seen. So they've carved out an antler and hidden the portions on it. And then disguised it as the fucking... You gotta find it. Is the time to just start poking sections, trying to find where your food is? All right, you motherfuckers need to tell me. Oh God, this just feels demented. This just clicked with me. It feels insane. It feels like some shit like a serial killer does. It feels wrong. Oh, it's for sure expensive, my dude. The second you see 2 people standing at your table like this, that's 2 different people. That's a $200 charge. You got more than one guy working at your table? and they have to present it to you and explain things to you in different ways. There's also 3 different wines here. That's a rosé, a red wine, and a white wine. And then I guess water down here in the cup. Either that or it's a cocktail. High ceilings in the restaurant. The fucking hostesses in the back just kind of staring way in the back over there. I hate it. All right, what is this? Brisket? Okay, what are we doing? Why does it look like you're carving it out like a bowl? Oh, God fucking damn it, dude. Another meat slab with fucking dairy-based pasta. Jesus Christ, I'd rather be gunned down to the parking lot than try to eat this. Between my lactose intolerance and how fucked up that brisket's gonna make me feel. Brisket isn't even that good. Oh, that's it. That's where it ends. Oh, I feel like there's more to this. There has to be more, but it's just not here. I'm back in France after almost a year abroad while visiting my sister in Lyon. I couldn't resist the call of French tacos. Huh? Again, those are freezer fries. Those are freezer of fucking French fries. What's in it? Why do you have no other pictures? What's in a French taco? French taco. Images. Okay, you know what? I don't hate it. I don't hate it. That looks pretty good. I don't like this weird French chicken cordon bleu burrito going on. It kind of reminds me of like a California burrito. Who's had a California burrito? Here. Sorry, California burrito. I left taco in there. It's not always beef like this. I'm used to chicken. I'm used to it being like fried chicken and then potato chips and guacamole and stuff inside. Pretty good. Pretty fucking good, my dude. Tipsy! How are you doing, bud? What about a T-bone burrito? No. Absolutely not. Still talking about the cheese noodles over steak? No, there was another one. It's a different one. This isn't the ribs. This is just a slab of fucking brisket. Get al pastor instead of chicken. It's better. I liked chicken because it's leaner. What the? Oh, God. Hot Cheetos. What looks like the shittiest, driest brisket I've ever seen on the bottom of that. Kraft singles, bacon, 2 Twinkies, and a bun encrusted in hot Cheetos. No added nitrates? Why do you have to advertise that? Why are you advertising that? Listen, there's plenty of preservatives in the Twinkies already. I've seen Twinkies last more than a year without being touched. Chat, do you remember when I ate the Twinkie on stream? I forget what we had it with. Was it Twinkie and... was it a pickle? I don't remember. What was the Twinkie thing that we did? I literally bought Twinkies for the sole purpose of doing a food crime. And then I never touched the box again, and I ended up throwing it away. Can't beat pork ribs or shredded pork sandwich. Pulled pork sandwich is pretty fucking good, my dude. Ice cream? No. No, it was something weirder and grosser. God bless America. God damn it. Then it had to be good. I think it was a pickle. My roommate fried various ground meats every few days. What the fuck is he using? Also, hi, Wave. Welcome in. I have a hot take. Potato skins better than French fries. Also, pork better than any meats. Okay. I have caveats to that, Wave. I have caveats to that. Pork skins are definitely not better than French fries. Absolutely not. Pork is better if it's pork belly. If it's pork belly. That's it. Or tonkatsu. Fried pork, real crispy pork, really good. Really fucking good. But it's also bad to eat a lot of pork because pork is a known carcinogen. Excess pork can very easily lead... oh my fucking God. Is that a balloon? Please don't explode. Please don't explode. Oh, that's fucking gross. Why are people like this? Tipsy has so many questions. I have so many questions. Isn't it great that they set off this firework and like all of the bits and pieces are falling onto the plate that it's then pooing icing out? I thought it was Peter Griffin. It's Peter Griffin, the hippo. Reversed picanha? It looks like Chef's Club, but apparently it's not. Inside Out. Okay, interesting. Olive oil. Cheese shavings. Sure, I guess you can call those shavings instead of cuts. Ooh. Ooh. I think you're gonna put it on a grill, aren't you? You're gonna put this bitch on a grill. Okay, tinfoil, fine, fine. I was afraid he was just gonna let like all... Oh. He took it out of the tinfoil after the 2 hours, and it looks like the saddest slab of meat I've ever seen. Hi, Doom. The outside is overcooked as shit. That's well fucking done, dude. Well fucking done. Is piranha tongue? It looked kind of like tongue. It doesn't look like the sausage cooked all the way through. Okay, we're not going to read the recipe. It's the Cathurkin! Hey, the Cathurkin is back! Although they call this the Turkraken. I like calling him the Cathurkin. Praise be the Cathurkin. Huh? Why? Cathurkin. What, you've never made a Cathurkin for Thanksgiving? Next you're going to tell me you aren't giving your proper praises to the Dark Lord of Riley. No, it was, here. It was piranha. Kind of spelled like piranha. Maybe it was a caption failure. Meat. That's not it. That's not it. Maybe it was something else. Who knows? Who knows? Is it good? I don't know. It's just a running joke. It's something somebody crazy made, doesn't actually make. I just like the running joke of saying that we make the Cathurkin every Thanksgiving. But oh, it is picanha. Okay, I thought he had an R in it. Picanha. Brazilian cuisine, call it top sirloin cap. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Here's your burger, sir, with a shitload of cheese. Now, can I get some gloves for this? Sorry, gloves are only for employees. Fucking stupid. If somebody brought my burger out and pulled this shit, I'm fighting. I guess the store manager. Will you please give me your manager? I'm sorry, I don't want to be in. You're not in trouble. I'm going to fight your general manager. Whose ever brain dead idea this was, I hope it wasn't the chef. I really hope a chef isn't stupid enough to make something like this. Oh, there's a second ring there. So they did that twice to people. Yeah, if somebody came to me and I was the chef and they were like, we're going to add a new burger to the menu and we're going to make it like have queso on top that we can just drop over it, I'd take my gloves off and tell the manager I'm either quitting or I'm fighting him right now. I would not reduce my integrity to the level to serve some shit like that. Sushi bun. That looks like Spanish Mexican rice though. Like never before, sushi bun features your favorite sushi fillings. Chicken teriyaki bun. That doesn't sound too bad. Shrimp tempura bun. Why does it looks weirdly solid. It looks like it's a lot of liquid on there, but then they've already bitten into it and it's literally not running off or anything. I don't know how I feel about this. Basically a sushi sandwich, I think. They just put it in like a hot dog bun. Would call Food Protective Services. Honestly, not a bad... What the fuck are you doing? No, not feet meats. All the scum rendered out. Didn't seize, just straight raw fucking meat, dude. Go ahead, eat your meat, eat your feet. Go ahead, sir. Eat your ground flavorless fucking feet. You weirdo. Bluey yogurt and Kraft cheese taco. Next. Soup on the rocks. The funny thing is, this is from the 60s and 70s. I have a Campbell's cookbook from the 40s. I think it's like 43. I think is when the cookbook I have comes from. And it has these things in it. It has things like this beef broth on the rocks. This is not something new. I could honestly probably find it. It would take a minute. But I love that cookbook. I got it for like $1 at a used bookstore because it just looked so old. It's literally in a spiral too. It has a spiral bound instead of like a glue binding. It's called Bullshot. Yep. A bullion. The shittiest tiny pizza I've ever seen going in crazy ASMR. Is that, what was that? Chicken bouillon? Oh no, it's Parmesan and red pepper flakes. You need some liquid in there, champ. There you go. Okay, that's a little too much. That's a little too much. You know what? Maybe you could have done that with vodka and it would have been kind of a goofy little surprise drink. The dual pepper challenge. We're not doing that. I want McDonald's me. What? McDonald's sushi. Okay. I hate it. Okay, melt the popsicle. Why? I'm with you, dude. Take the popsicles, change their entire consistency by letting them melt and refreezing them just to give your... You know what this gives? But also the tag for this is pretentious as fuck. I did not know that was the tag here. Hold on. Let's do something really quick. Also, hold on. I just realized I still have Clip Studio Paint open from editing the Coco picture. I want to hear this audio. It's just music. It's just music. Fuck that. It gives the sense of like, this is a parent who's trying to convince their kid that they made these. I guess. I can only imagine. It's either that or yes, this looks like a woman. I can see like her pants and her feet down there. Is this white woman inadequacy? Faye, I need your expert opinion on white women. Is this white woman inadequacy? She can't cook and she doesn't know how to do things. So she wants to seem useful to her kids. So she melts other popsicles and then just refreezes them. Thank you, Ordain, for posting the Ko-fi link. Super overprotective moms whose Afraid their kid will like deep throat the entire thing in one go. I'm making strong assumptions. Her toenails are painted. She's wearing very small shorts too. I can see the reflection of her leg. Although those fingernails are pretty short, freshly trimmed. There's no telling. My imagination is it's either a dad who thinks eating rocket pops as they are is gay, or a inadequate mother. Man can paint their nails too. True, my grandpa paints his toenails. Well, he doesn't do it himself. He goes and gets a pedicure and then gets them painted. It does means nothing. I know. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Why are all these lollipop wrappers in the trash can? You can make a lot of assumptions off of things. It could be either. I was mostly making a joke that it's either a dad who thinks rocket pops are gay. Thanks, Alpha. I grew them myself. All right. Or just make a sandwich. Olive oil? This is Chef's Club. This is for sure Chef's Club, my dude. Cheese? What did you put on top of there? Was it pancake batter? What was that? Alfredo sauce? This is the laziest Monte Cristo sandwich I've ever fucking seen in my life. Now, where's my raspberry jam? It looks like mayonnaise. It better fucking not be mayonnaise, dude. Oh, what sweet fucking Christ is this? Oh, it's not a video. It's just a picture. Doner kebab on an ice cream cone. Okay, that feels like you're mixing two Turkish traditions together. The Turkish ice cream man that fucks with the customers by flipping around the ice cream cone, and then just Doner. Saw this. Apparently my lunch is gross. Hey, yo, there's an r/food crimes. Chat, do we need to go look at food crimes? Brain. Okay, so that's brain, blackberries, and beans. Yeah, kind of, dude. Kind of.
Milkshake. I've been told this video will give me diabetes. I've got enough fucking problems, to be honest.
I love this dude. I fucking love this dude.
Drink it? You've blocked me with a waffle. Oh, a bit of ice cream. Starting to be able to see that it's American now. The sauce reminds me of a shite I took when I was 1 after my first solid meal. And just when I thought he'd gone too far, he's gone even fucking further. Bit of an allergy warning. This creation appears to be hostile to all life.
Yes, correct. This thing is hostile to all life.
Providing a straw.
By taking the piss and all this, correct.
Sir, could I please have some less? We've gone
Can
with a
I please
third
have
waffle.
some less?
I didn't order a fucking small. 2 donuts.
More donuts?
Oh, a cake.
Cake.
Surgically attaching the cake. It's good to know.
And a fucking marshmallow lollipop.
After this. Now he's just sort of throwing everything he's got at us.
A syringe of icing.
Narcotics. He's still adding stuff. Will you fucking stop, man? I feel like I'm watching my friend text his ex. Meal for 1. Follow me. I'm delicious.
Love this dude. I used to see this dude when I was scroll TikTok. He's pretty fucking funny. It's like Monster Hunter food. Monster Hunter food is far more edible. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, come on, guys. Upload your pictures in a fucking viewable fashion. This is like taking a picture of their fucking screen, but it'll do. Like, sure, it's a lot of food, but it's edible. It's like, it's all in an edible fashion. Whole ass crab, dumplings, fried rolls of some kind, pork buns, pork belly with a bunch of vegetables, including an egg, steamed dumplings over on the side. Is this from Rise? Wait, can anyone identify what each of these foods on this dishes are? It's not hard, my dude. But like, this, like maybe with like the multiple skewers is like a lot, but even then they're just kind of sticking out of a cutting board. Good food, dude. Good food. Also Dongo. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I also didn't get very far in Rise, so I wasn't sure if it changed at some point. Gotta solve a whole puzzle box to consume your food properly now, just the way it is. Oh my god. What the immediately disappears? Oh no. Is it just gonna be that one dollop? Oh. Hold on. This isn't. Look at this. He's excited because he probably thinks that he's going to get like all of that he's kind of playing with. And then this motherfucking piece of shit just dollop, just whatever falls off, gone. She's gone. She walks away with it. Jeez, just fucking hit me. Just fucking slap me, dude. Oh my god. That's basically what this was. It was the fucking like flick of champagne and then it just fucking slaps him. Oh my god, I'd be so fucking upset, dude. This is basically like what literally happens as opposed to like metaphorically. And the funny thing too is you can see her, how fast she's gone. That's her. That's the person. She's holding the forks. She's on to the next person. Eat it in one bite but be charged $100. Yep. Yep. I craved a hot dog, so I only had an Italian sausage and Cheesecake Factory bread. Does this fix the cravings? If Eunice was a country, your model would be the capital? Like, thank you. Dang, that's 2 today. That's 2 first-time chatters with really nice compliments. Oh, Jesus. They're gonna melt this. Oh, no, they're going to fry it. Of course they are. And all the cheese is going to come running fucking out. No? Or, oh, yep, it didn't cook all the way through. It's too big. It's too fucking big. None of the cheese melted inside. A mac and cheese dog? It doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad. Bread actually looks kind of nice. It's not a plain hot dog bun. There's of course just cold grocery store cheese on it, and I don't know why it's green. I don't know where the tight like greenish tint is coming from. The bread looks soggy to Tipsy. It could be. It looks like kind of like a small piece of like baguette or something. I don't think it is, because it's so light. Like it looks like it could be like onions that just took on like a green tinge for some reason. It's definitely not pesto. It's definitely not pesto. I don't know. It looks kind of sad. The more I look at it. Nope. All day breakfast pizza. Pepperoni. Eggs. Well, boiled eggs. And then I'm pretty sure there's also like... Actually, I think that's like cheddar cheese. I think it's like cheddar cheese they melted over the top. It's definitely the look of melted Kraft single. Whenever you like actually melt them all the way. No, the fuck it doesn't. That's ketchup thrown on top. It gives UK chip shop. It gives UK chip shop. The chip shops that have like way too many items on their menus, so all of them are mediocre instead of having anything that's good. Oh no. Oh no. What? Oh no. Wait, what? No, dude. It's not going to be cooked all the way through. I promise you. This is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen, man. Maybe, well, burnt. Burnt on the center, raw on the outside. I sat down to gelatin filled with cube meat. How long of a head start do you give me before you come to murder me? Instantly. I grab you by the time the plate is in my line of sight. If I'm sitting at a table and you were a waiter setting it down on the table, the second it is in my line of sight, I have grabbed your throat. You're already mine. Me when you're at work and hungry, you don't use the arc welder. That's how you get heavy metals in your system. Okay, what the first and foreseeable last, barbecue pizza crunch wrap. Yeah, that looks like ham. So I don't know what kind of pizza ingredients you put into it. Marin's just a hater when it comes to meat jello and good aged tea. Good aged tea is dry and not already fucking, what's the word, steeped. Tipsy. Jesus, Coco. Coco just clawed like the back wall. It scared the shit out of me. Just because you can do something. Is this Brahms? I don't know why. This looked like Brahms to me. Neapolitan! No. No! What the fuck are you doing? I'd slap that shit out of his hand. I'd slap that shit out of his hand. That was a perfectly good Neapolitan sundae until yo ass decided that it needed to be fucking au pastor. Why? Why? Hi, Coco. Hi, baby. I'm not really mad. I'm not really mad. It's okay. You don't have to come and lick me to comfort me. Is it? No, it's not food time yet. The baby has arrived. Bailiff, sew their mouth. Don't let them eat again, ever again. They will slurp out of a straw for the rest of their life, through the seams. Oh, fuck. Eat shit. Eat shit. Eat shit. I want her to fall. I want her to fall. I want her to fall. I hate this. I hate this so... This looks like it's actually in Italy. One person gets the flaming pizza and they don't even do something to put it out. Okay. Showmanship could be a part of pizza or a part of food, especially if you're in an Italian restaurant that has its pizza oven within view of the seating area. That's cool. That's awesome. Have fun with it that way. You do shit like this, where you set shit on fire or start setting off fireworks as you walk through the whole restaurant, you're begging for problems. You're begging for problems. Is seeing the chef spin the dough in the air? Correct. Or just being able to see the brick oven, which is why, like, here, let me see if I can find some pictures of some. Tiled pizza oven. Like, this is people's like outside ones. Some places would be outside pizza locations, but I wanted, there's like I think it's a Japan chain that's kind of like this. Sometimes you'll have things like this. Forno Bravo. Oven. Oh, Napoli. Here it is. Something like this, or what is the pizza chain that does kind of like flat or thin crust? It's literally an American chain. No, it's not Joe's. I think it has the temperature in it. Hold on. That's not it. But that also showed a local Italian place. Hold on. Here, let me do this real quick. I know exactly where it's located. Sorry, I found a local place that I'd never seen before. Okay, let me just zoom in here. I know the location. Is it you? That's too far. Why don't you show up as a pizza place? Where are you? There it is. I found it. Okay. So there's a chain called, oh, that's not it. There's a chain called Mod Pizza. My place looks more like this. Or like this-ish. Although there are some places that like have like this tucked away in the back and stuff. Or, oh, here's another good example. This one's covered in tiles. Like, having these in view where people can see their pizza being made and stuff is the fun part of showmanship pizza. This is a fucking hazard and could possibly overcook the pizza. You like, I'm pretty sure parts of that. So I can see like a crispy, like maybe bay leaf there and some burnt parts across the crust. So if we go back to like just when she lit it, yeah, that's a basil leaf. It's also dangling off of the tray that she has. You can see it dipping here. That made me nervous at one point. But why? Used to have a place called Giovanni's Pizzeria when he was young, had same thing. Yeah, it's like wood-fired pizza places with ovens in full view are fantastic. Wait, what is this? The longer you look, the worse it gets. Fish, squash, buns, pickles. I can't tell what that yellow mound is. Fish. Mystery yellow mound. Egg salad, maybe. Pickles. Is that it? At all? I mean, maybe the fish is cooked. I can't quite tell. Those eyes, though, have seen horrors. Time for bed. Good night, Ordain. Sleep well. Oh, God. Duolingo coffee. Domino's Ultra Pastry. Double cheese 8 times. Okay, this is Domino's in another country. Just looking at this made me shit myself. Ordain, wait, you forgot your pizza. Come get your pizza, buddy. Approves the pickle tray. I agree with the pickle tray, too. Technical pizza. It's cheese glob. Come get your cheese glob. A burger for Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, God. Do I have to give my usual complaints about why jumbo burgers are stupid? Mal, thank you for the 10 sub streak. Holy shit. How are you doing, bud? Just order fondue. That would be one way to do it. That is correct. Huh. Interesting. Oh, Jesus. The people that make lasagna that was learned in Italy and never made the same sense. Yeah. Do you want to know who makes this shit? Chef's Club. We've literally seen Chef's Club make this type of shit. Stupid. The things that they do to make this too. Oh, Tipsy. Thank you for, oh my God, Bob Ross. Thank you for gifting 3 months of subs to Bob Ross. And starting a hype train, apparently. Who's Chef's Club? Don't worry, we'll get to Chef's Club, Hollow. We're only going to go a couple more and then we'll jump to Chef's Club. Okay, at least this is kind of an edible way of eating one of these like ridiculously cheesy burgers. But you can already see that it is cooled enough that it has a film over the top of the cheese. Ah, yes. The super sushi roll. It adds nothing to the Twitch. Thank you for gifting 3. Oh my God, 3 months to Twitch. Good Lord, Tipsy. Yeah, we haven't hit the weekly passes, I think, in a while. And today's the last stream of the week. Currently unavailable. Breakfast of Champions. Cinnamon raisin bagel. Gross. Well, probably not gross by itself. Avocado. Gross together. Bread and butter pickles. Why are you like this? Camel Balls shows up again. That's the pizza one again. What are you doing to this poor croissant? That's a perfectly good croissant that you are now mashing raw meat into. You're not going to be able to cook the meat all the way through. Oh my God, look at how much it fucking shrank up. Are you going to crush another croissant on top? Fry sauce. Bottled fucking fry sauce. Go on. Go on. Come on. Show me the whole thing. I want to know if they're going to crush another fucking croissant on top. Yep, there they go. I hate you. Die. 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 Perish. Die. Grill is also too hot for those burgers. Yep. Gonna eat it? Gonna eat it? Eat it? Eat it? Nope, he's just gonna cut it and show off the inside. I will never understand why they do this without eating it. Oh no. Thick pancakes, cheddar cheese, and also, chat, do yourself a favor. If you're ever getting cheese with the intention of melting it, there you go. Wait, here we go. What do you mean, here we go? If you ever get cheese with the intention of melting it, do not buy the bagged shredded cheese. Because they put so much anticoagulants in it, you have to overheat the cheese to overcome the anticoagulants. Anti-clumping, whatever you want to call it. Just get blocks of cheese and shred it at home. Do yourself a favor, get a good cheese grater, and or get one of those like winding ones that you would see at like Olive Garden. Those are fucking fantastic. I buy a block of Parmesan like once a month, and it lasts that entire month, and I can spin it through that little grinder, that little grater, and it's fantastic. What if they want nuclear melting cheese? Oh, good lord. Samsar, thank you for the tier 3. Holy shit. That only counts in America? Probably true. But this is definitely America. Okay, those were eggs. I thought they were like egg salad for a second. That is the shittiest looking bacon I've ever seen. Is that turkey bacon? Sausage. Potatoes. All right, are you going to pour more pancake mix on top? No, cheese. Okay. Okay, do we want to see if the pancakes burned? Oh, okay, they're pretty good, shockingly. And then you get the shitty cheese up top. Oh, that cheddar does not look appetizing at all. The eggs have like congealed. Just make a breakfast burrito next time, my dude. Just make a breakfast burrito next time. So I applied greater force to my cheesy puns. Amazing. Okay, we got the brown sugar again. 3 a.m. hood snack. We saw that one. What is up with people putting Cheez-Its and dairy products together? Oh, okay. This is the Sonic like pickle slushie. I think Goopy had this and said it was actually decent. That's the antlers again. It does this thing sometimes where it repeats. Okay, so that's enough of that. Yeah, once it starts repeating, it's usually like a cache error. So that's usually the point I take to like move to something else. Chef's Club. All right. We'll do a couple Chef's Club videos. Popular. Am I obligated to do the poor turkey that takes the entire Velveeta cube? Should I be afraid of this? Yes. Yes, you should. Actually, you know what? Best American recipes. That's perfect. All right. Three seconds. 3 fucking seconds. And they're already doing something wrong. Are you fucking kidding me?
You're
Okay.
watching Chef Club.
Shut the fuck up. Jesus. Hold on. I'm bringing back our music because this isn't one of the ones where they commentate over it. Why did you make it look like teapots? It's fucking okay. I see the method. Never mind. Carry on. I'm sorry. I was not familiar with your. Oh, never mind. I thought they were just using them to fill the space and like that the rinds and stuff was essentially to keep them from like burning and having the space inside the bread bowls. But then they do shit like this. I'm surprised that cup didn't break, considering the fact that that is still raw garlic. Those garlics did not roast at all. Okay, that's bullshit. That's a fucking edit and a half. That is edited as fuck. I promise you that did not fucking work. I would have, in order to crush that garlic, you would have to have broken that fucking wine glass. Now the garlic turned into liquid. It was not roasted that long. No way in hell. What are we doing? Making French onion soup inside bread bowls? Okay. You've made sort of an aioli. Onions, butter. Are you just putting the beef in? We're not going to caramelize the onions. Okay. Tomato puree. A bouillon. Red wine. Salt and pepper. Very simple. Okay. Okay, it doesn't look too bad. And then it's just in the bread bowl with... Okay. Just beef. I don't know what to call it. What is this? Is just beef stew? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are you doing to this poor young grilled cheese? All right, we're doing tomato soup and grilled cheese. In the dumbest, most convoluted way I've ever seen possible. Holy shit, guys. Thank you for the hype train. Actually, we got an emote. Shy ghost. Aww. Aww, that's so cute. I get a little ghost. Look at her. She's so adorable. All right. Aw, choo choo. Oh God. Cheddar, he says. I'm still a little confused where the cut up grilled cheese is going. Frozen tomato soup. Okay. Okay. I guess. Burrito. So this is currently a frozen log of tomato soup. Mind you, tomato soup at room temperature is completely liquid, especially because it's Campbell's. This is going to turn into a fucking hollow if he fries it. Okay, so the sandwiches we saw them cutting was a flash forward. Organic blood grenade? Yes, it's basically a blood grenade. Oh, okay. Burrito your soup? I guess. Why are we making grilled cheese skewers? Oh, we're baking? Oh, they're croutons. I guess. Huh? Oh no, are we baking this too? Oh, he's totally gonna bake this. And then it's just gonna be a pit of the fucking cheese and tomato soup. No. That looks like those devil finger mushrooms, I'm not gonna lie. It looks like those devil finger mushrooms. Why did I freeze? Hello? Oh, I'm lagging. The model is really far behind. Why did they didn't. I muted it because they were playing their own music. This is my own playlist playing. Sometimes they do commentary over it. This particular video does not have commentary. Stop. Cease. Do not play with your meats. Is that a starfish? No, it's a chunk of beef roast that they've starfished. Yeah, it's like the guy that when he made like donuts that one time, he kind of like sniffed the dough. Okay. It's already burnt! Oh my God, dude. You already overcooked it. Blue cheese? Oh. Hi, Coco. Hi, baby. Red onions and blue cheese, dude? I can't reach you when you're down there, baby cakes. Yeah, the poor cow that has to be a part of this. That meat is so overcooked. That is a fucking football. Nope, the inside was actually still pink. Color me surprised. Skip. Is that an... Oh, they wrapped eggs to use as the shape? Oh, okay. What is the... What is this? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, we could... What the fuck are we doing? I was gonna say, this is the weirdest roundabout way I've ever seen to make a crepe. I do not like this. Do we have anybody who's French here? I would like to invite any French people to immediately get violent. Yeah, I agree. Oh no. Okay. Melted chocolate. Either going to be genius or tipsy going to burn their house down. I want to burn their fucking house down. Okay, what do we... Oh no. Mascarpone, heavy cream. Okay, we're making icing? No, we're making mascarpone whipped cream. Okay. Magical Girl, Snowscarf, thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. How are y'all doing? Okay. So like... Oh, and then they alternate it. And you've made a bed? Question mark? They put so much work into making the outside look like really clean. And then they ended up putting the ugly plastic shaped inner shell. Wait, that was it? That was it? Pork ribs, more pork ribs. Oh, you're gonna get wood shavings. Okay. Why are we sewing these together? Okay, Worcestershire sauce, ketchup, onions, garlic, brown sugar, white vinegar, water, Coca-Cola. God damn it. God damn it. This is another fucking Coca-Cola based recipe. Frankenstein cooking show. This is Chef's Club. We did stupid foods today, so we're rounding it off with one of the Chef's Club's quote most popular videos. Potatoes. Okay, looks like we're making the pretty good mashed potatoes. Honestly. Although you probably should have roasted that garlic beforehand. Yeah, hell. Oh, god damn it. Pretty good looking mashed potatoes, though. Pretty good looking mashed potatoes. You're throwing this in the center, aren't you? Yep. Okay. Now, how are you going to do this without blue cheese? Stop putting blue cheese on things. It goes on salad, and that's about where its use ends. Fuck you. Mystery flesh pit? It feels like a mystery flesh pit. Okay, the weirdest, most roundabout way I've ever seen to make an apple pie. I've seen some pretty rose-looking apple pies, but this seems convoluted. This seems extremely convoluted. Oh, whole apple. Apple rings. Okay. Tipsy's favorite apple pie comes in liquid form? Elaborate. What the fuck are you about to do? Wait, you're putting a hollow apple in the center? With the skin still on? Did no one tell these people you're typically supposed to peel an apple before you put it in an apple pie? Oh, good fucking lord. Hi, Stinky. This is an American war crime. That's what this is. This is an American war crime. I know cocoa butter. Caramel! Uh-oh. That's gonna overcook in the baking time. It overcooked everything. That shit, it burnt. That shit, it burnt. And then, like, the fucking puff pastry does not look good. That's right, covered in powdered sugar. Hide the shame with powdered sugar. Hide your shame. Well, today's been Marin. Marin, what wretched fallacy are you inflicting on people in here? Hi, Aknirith. It's Chef's Club. Are we making a bloomin' onion? Hell, that is a serious onion, my dude. Fuck yeah, bloomin' onion time, baby. I can't wait to see how they fuck it up. You also, was no one going to tell them that you're also supposed to kind of cut off the brown tips? Okay, seasoning your breadcrumbs. I'm kind of proud of him for this. Look at you go. But breadcrumbs is not what you batter a bloomin' onion with. I'm pretty sure. A bloomin' onion is usually fried with... Oh my god, why are you seasoning it like that? Just sear it? Well, let go of the tongs! Use the ladle? Yeah, a ladle's probably a good way to get the batter onto a bloomin' onion. And then using, like, flour. Oh god, what are we doing? What pizza monstrosity are we making? Those are still raw. They're probably about to bake this. I mean, I assume they're going to bake this. No, they're not. They're not going to bake it. Oh, okay. No, they are baking it. Okay. And burnt. That bloomin' onion is dry as fuck. The tips are burned into a hair that's barely edible. And the steak is overcooked now. It went from basically raw to overcooked. Okay, Thousand Island dressing is pretty normal for a bloomin' onion. God, it looks so shriveled. It looks so shriveled. Oh, I hate it. Oh. Why do you exist the way that you are? Why do you do this to me? And that's like there's 21 million views. Ashamed. Shame. 39 million on that one? Oh, God. Okay, we'll watch the dessert one at some point later. I don't think they could fuck up a dessert one that badly, right? Right. Question mark? Pain? Pain Pecco? I'm sure that'll be fine. But... Wait. I don't need to end. Do I? It's Saturday. Nobody else is going to be here for a while. I don't know. What would we do if we kept going? Magnet for Kerbelos. All right. What would we do? Tipsy can think of many things. I don't know, Tipsy. Your options usually scare me. Chef's Club is what they were hit with. Heat Death of the Universe eventually? I'd like to live to the Heat Death of the Universe. How far can the rabbit hole go? I don't think we want to keep doing food crimes, honestly. I mean, we could do something else. Let me see. What games do I have downloaded? Firebreak, Cyberpunk, Helldivers, Hunt Showdown, Dead by Daylight, Lockdown Protocol, Marvel Rivals Mecha Break, Outlast Trials, Resident Evil 1. I do actually have a game that I got a code for from the developer, but it's under embargo until Monday. We can't play it until Monday. Do you have games on your phone? I have Uma Musume on my phone. Marin excited for the new Killing Floor. Did we finally get an announcement date? Is there finally an announcement date? Answer the question. Answer the question. This is very important. Oh, hi. All right. The new Amazing World of Gumball trailer? I have not, because I don't really care for the Amazing World of Gumball. I really do not care. Just really haven't cared about the World of Gumball. Wait, it comes out in 3 days? Oh shit, I did not know that. I did not know that. Chat, I think we are going to take a break. Because yesterday I had like late night stuff that I did. I'm kind of tired. I'm sorry, but at least we had a Saturday stream. And I already know who we're going to raid. We're going to raid the person who's doing a 24-hour stream. She's got 4 hours to go. And we played Hunt with her last night. Oh, I misspelled the name. I put a space in there where there doesn't need to be a space. Married be EP, just how it is. Listen, it happens on occasion. Plus, Coco's bothering the crap out of me. I think she needs to go out. And she doesn't want to be out there by herself. So I need to go sit out there for a while with her. What do we want to do for raid message? She's currently playing Monster Hunter Wilds. We'll be back on... Actually, I think we have Vampire tomorrow night. So we'll be at GM the Game Monsters stream tomorrow night. And then we'll be back on Monday. And then Tuesday's my birthday. I did not make anything special this time for my birthday. I'm going to save a big birthday celebration for after the move. So the faster we get to move, the faster we get to have a 24-hour birthday celebration. Give me the Gemma raid? Oh, give me the gem. Gotcha. Give me the gem raid with the crime brulee emotes. All right. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow at Vampire. If I don't see you then, I will see you Monday. Also, I double checked the math on our on the partner pushing. We're kind of getting there. We didn't hit it last month and we haven't quite hit it this month, but like it's better than the last time I checked it. We have to hit 8 75 plus streams 2 months in a row. And this last time it was 6 and 3. Oh, bye. I did not realize